Good morning. Welcome to today's Rally to Rushmore show, our own Limplex females, followed by our own Limousin females. To start it off, would you please rise for our national anthem?
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
All right, we're ready to start our first class, Class 1 of our Limplex females. These are January 2nd through January 30th females. First in, we have entry 165, LAGC, Louisiana. Entry 166, Berries, Lights Out. Entry 168, SJMR, Luna. Entry 169, DLCN, Lolly. Entry 170, KCLM, Lady May. And entry 171, Berries, Late Night. Once again, this is Class 1 of your Limplex females. Don't forget while you're watching the shows this week to make sure and stop by our Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle tables to purchase your tickets. The drawing will be held sometime during today's show. I'll let you know exactly when. But remember, our Lemmy Boosters are supported by 2 fundraisers each year. The Lemmy Booster Preferred Seating Area and the silent auction and basket raffle. Funds are used to provide scholarships that you saw that we gave several of our juniors last night through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program. They provide grants to state associations and a gift to each exhibitor during opening ceremonies. So please make sure you stop by, you grab those tickets, and decide what baskets you want to put those in.
After Limplex show.
The drawing will be held after the Limplex show. So when the first Limplex show is over, that's when the drawing will be held. So make sure you get your tickets and get them in your baskets.
Thank you. I was trying to get up there.
Also, don't forget, if you have family and friends at home watching, liveauctions.tv is broadcasting our show. So let your family and friends back home know that they can see our live broadcast today through liveauctions.tv.
Well, good morning to everybody. We'll start off by saying it's certainly an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today and work with your young folks and sort through these cattle. I know we're in for a tremendous day, but an interesting way to kind of start off here this morning. And I think a class that, to be honest with you, I think can be lined up a lot of different ways, just depending on where you place your priorities. And for me, the one that just reads probably with the most future out here today is going to be this young lady's heifer calf that we bring out to the center. One that's just so striking and elegant in her kind. She's really good in her pattern. She's good in her balance. I like her rib shape and the dimension that she's got through her center skeleton. Yeah, she could have a shot more bone, but these are still just January heifer calves. I think this female's angles are good enough out here today. Again, I just read as much future on down the road in this one as any that we got in the lineup. The young lady's calf is going to come out here in second. When they came to the ring, this one hit me hard just in terms of her foot, in terms of her bone size, in terms of that dense look that she offers to you. I guess for me, I just want to tweak her a little bit structurally. There's times she gets a little straight up through her knee and through her shoulder, maybe just doesn't flex those rear hocks as ideally as I'd like to see and kind of what we're going to find throughout the day. But there's a lot to like in terms of just power and mass and dimension in that young female. An interesting one is the young man's calf is going to come out here in third. Another one that's just packed full of muscle and volume and power. For me, though, she becomes just a little piecey, and I just don't know if she'll hold it together on down the road quite as ideally as heifers that go 1 and 2. She's a little more open about her shoulder. She's a little weaker there in her top line. It's just a nickel round out of her hip, but I tell you, there's a lot of cow power in this one, too, and that's kind of what keeps her in the top half of this class. Heifers that go 4, 5, and 6, I think, are ultra competitive as well. The browner tinged heifer, this young lady's female that's coming out here next in line, I like this one's look. I like her flex and her reach off of those rear 2 when she gets out and goes. You know, of those first 3 cattle, she's one that maybe gets just a little flatter in her muscle shape, a little plainer in her design as you study her there ever so slightly, but still a competitive female that has some things to offer here in this class. A lot of the same things can be said for the young lady's heifer coming here in 5th. I think from the profile, you like this one when she gets her parked in terms of her levelness at top and squareness that she's got out through her hip. Again, of the cattle that stand up in front of her, she's one that just hits me as being a little flatter in her muscle pattern. She too gets a little shorter and plainer about her neck and down through her chest floor than the cattle that stand up front. Now, young man's calf, we're going to round out the class. Another female that's got some look and some style about her. Again, just from a body and mass standpoint, I think she gets a little narrower gauged all the way through in relation to those cattle in the top end. But a high quality class there to start off our day. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And the results for class number 1. First place goes to entry 165, LAGC Louisi, shown by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Second place goes to entry 170, KCRM Lady May, shown by Ken McCollum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 166, Barry's Lights Out, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fourth place goes to entry 169, DLCN Lolly, shown by Laney Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Fifth place, entry 168, SJMR Luna, shown by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. And sixth place, entry 171, Barry's Late Night, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. If you're following in the program, Class 1 order was 1, 3, 5, 4, 2, 6. Now entering the ring, we have Class 2. Class 2 is December 11th through December 22nd, females. First in, we have entry 173, Attack Kendra. Entry 174, JTVW, Cookie Crisp. Entry 175 was a scratch. Entry 178, SJMR Kennedy. Entry 179, SJMR Princess Kate. And entry 180, SC Karen. Once again, this is Class 2 of our Limplex females, born December 11th through 22nd. A couple of announcements for everyone. First off, if you are interested in the Progress Steer Carcass results, that contest results are available. I have some papers up here at the announcer stand, and I believe there's some down there at one of the tables. They'll be here throughout the day if you'd like to come get a copy of the carcass results. Also, all of our t-shirts are now on sale. We have limited sizes, so go by and grab what we have while they're there. They're on sale for $10. They are the showmanship shirts, the show shirts, the Knowledge of 50 shirts, the mom and dad. There's a table right over there by the awards table on the other side of the gate. We do want to appreciate our sponsors, J6 Farms and P-Bar-S Ranch, for our t-shirts, but they are now on sale for $10, and you can pick them up right over there by the Lemmy Booster table.
Really nice class of these December heifer fall-born calves here that we've got, and our young lady's female we're going to use to start. For me, I think does so handily. This one's pretty good stock. I think just her basic fundamentals are really, really correct. She starts at the ground with a good sound structural base underneath her. She's maternal looking when you study her through her center skeleton, and yet she still looks like a lady through that head and neck neck and down through her chest floor. Just a high quality, highly competitive type female here in this December class. The one that most likely follows her in terms of type and kind is the young man's calf coming out here in 2, and I think she fits together with that class winner really, really good, just in terms of her structural soundness, in terms of her balance, and in terms of her lines. And compared to that class winner, she's maybe a nickel smaller footed, just maybe not quite as opened up and punchy as the one that we used to go ahead and lead off with. But I like this one's look, I like her balance, I like her pattern to go ahead and stay there in that second hole in this particular class. The young man's heifer here in 3 probably has that extra shot of bone and foot and a little more width and dimension to her. I think this one gets just a little piecier for me. She's a little more open about her shoulder, maybe not quite as ideal and flexible off of those rear 2 as she goes to the surface, but extremely long-bodied, extended up through that front 1/3. A nice heifer there to fall into the 3rd hole. 4 and 5, you can change those up a little bit if you want to. For me, I like the extra stoutness and muscle shape and bone in the young lady's white flanked one here in the 4th hole. Compared to the cattle up in front, though, she gets just a little quicker in her look. She's a little shorter coupled, shorter body type female that for me is just a nickel rounder through her shoulder and out of her hip. But I like some things about that one just in terms of her foot, and there's power when you get in behind these cattle. The young man's calf that we're going to conclude with, just to be completely honest with you, a little hard at times to get a look at this one, just not wanting to cooperate out here today. But this is not a bad calf. She's long-sided, she's extended. She just needs to kind of have a little bit of an attitude adjustment out here and give herself a fair evaluation. But when the young man gets her parked right here, you appreciate her upheadedness, you appreciate her length of body. Again, compared to those other cattle, though, she does get a little frailer, a little narrower there underneath, but a good high-quality set of December calves. Congratulations to them.
In your results for Class 2, first place goes to entry 179 SJMR Princess Kate, shown by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Second place goes to entry 178 SJMR Kennedy, shown by Scott Hickey of Staunton, Virginia. Third place goes to entry 180 SC Karen, shown by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry 173, Attack Kendra, shown by Harper Torgerson from Artesian, South Dakota. And fifth place goes to entry 174, JTBW Cookie Crisp, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order of class number 2 was 4-5, scratch, 2-1, turn the page 3. Now in the ring is class number 3. Class 3 is November 15th through November 27th, females. Entry 182, ELCX, Keisha. Entry 183, TAYE, Kelly. Entry 184, BRLU, Kendra. And entry 185, DLCN, Kipper. Once again, this is class number 3 in the ring, November 15th through 27th, females.
Another really high-quality class here. I think it breaks up into two pairs for me, though, rather easily. And the longer we're out here and the longer that I study these cattle, for me, the one, again, just in terms of their future, in terms of their longevity, is the young lady's calf we're going to use to start with. Again, you know, it all begins at the ground. I think this one excels in terms of her foot size, her athleticism around the ring. She still looks like a lady and looks like a female when this young lady gets her parked out here for us. There's plenty of width and power in this female. And within the pair, I appreciate this one's composition at this stage of the game. She's still fresh. She's not too much. Again, just her longevity to me is the one that reads with the most future out here. I do like the heifer in second. You know, when you put this much bone and foot and mass and density in one, it's hard to overlook them. And I appreciate all those things about her. For me, though, she does get a little shorter and plainer about her head and neck. She's got a little more on her in terms of composition than I'd prefer to see at this stage of the game. But, man, there's a lot of cow in this one. I think you take this one home, kind of coast her, put her on a round bale of hay, get her bred, bring her back here next year. Things could get really, really interesting because there's a lot of good pieces and parts in this one. I think today she just looks a little staler in relation to the one that we used to start with. But a good pair there on the top end, kind of two different types and kinds. 3 and 4, again, an interesting pair. I like a little more length and a little more muscle shape and substance in the young lady's heifer here in 3. I think compared to those cattle that go 1 and 2, though, she gets a little harder, not quite as collective in her structural soundness as we set her into motion, but a quality female. And then our heifer we're going to conclude the class with, a slicker-haired one. Certainly don't mind that about her. A female that I think gets around the ring and fills her track pretty adequately. I think she just falls short in terms of balance and style and eye appeal out here today. Gets a little narrower base there as she goes away from you. It's not quite as opened up and powerful as some of the other cattle, but a real good class. I like both those heifers on the top end. Congratulations to all of them.
And your results for class number 3. First place goes to entry 182, ELCX Keisha, shown by Delayla Lauder of Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place, entry 183, TAYE Kelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 184, BRLU Kendra, shown by Emily Luddens of Hurley, South Dakota. And fourth place goes to entry 185, DLCN Kipper, shown by Laney Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. If you're following in our program, the order for class 3 was 1, 2, 3, 4. Now entering our ring is class 4. Class 4 is November 1st through November 7th, females. Entry 189, NCC Kiki. Entry 190, GCC Click. Entry 192, SC Kelly Sue. Entry 455, TASF Kinda Classy. Entry 193, Springs Creek, Kiera. Entry 194, SCHUR, Coda. Entry 195, HUBB, Kenley. And entry 196, PRBS, Cookies and Cream. Once again, this is class number 4, November 1st through November 7th, females. We would like to take a minute today to introduce our judge, Zach Butler. Zach is from Milton, Tennessee. He grew up raising and showing Gelbvieh and Balancer cattle that have been exhibited at the local and national levels. He attended Black Hawk College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team, then went on to win the American Royal in Kansas City. He then transferred and graduated from Oklahoma State University with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He was also on the livestock judging team during his time in Stillwater. He has judged numerous state and national shows, with a few being the National Western Stock Show, North American International Livestock Exposition, World Beef Expo, Fort Worth Stock Show, Tulsa State Fair, Iowa Beef Expo, Illinois Beef Expo, and Limousin Junior Nationals. Zach currently owns and operates Butler's Landscaping and Lawn Care, along with managing Butler Creek Farms with his parents, Michael and Barbie, wife Autumn, and two daughters, Henry and Emery. Butler Creek Farms has an annual bull sale in November, as well as two online female and genetic sales throughout the year. Please help me welcome our judge today, Zach Butler. Once again, I want to remind y'all that our photo sponsors, thanks to our photo sponsors, you can download for free all of the photos that are being taken or have been taken this week. Thanks to Legacy Livestock Imaging, Red Rock Limousin, Wilder Family Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Landing Cattle, Rafter DP, Black Knight Cattle Company, KLS Farms, and Limousine 365. Thanks to both sponsors, you can go to the Legacy Livestock website and download all the images from this week for free. We appreciate those sponsors.
Back out here in this November class, I think a really good top four females, and the bottom four are competitive cattle in their own right, but I think these four kind of sort off, and you're left with them to evaluate, but within those, for me, there was never kind of any veering away from this one. I think this female is awfully unique in her build. I think she's good and attractive and maternal in her kind. She can get out and just float around the ring. She's the combination heifers of 2 and 3. She's got the structural base and the flexibility of heifers in 2. She's got the extra stoutness and power of the heifer that you see in 3. And to me, that's a pretty good blend, the quality there to go ahead and run with that one at the top end of the class. 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that you got to sort and evaluate and kind of line up where you want your priorities. For me, at the profile, I like this young man's calf here in 2. I think this one's as deep and soft and easy keeping and easy flushing as any of them there. When he gets her set up, he get her out on the go. I think this female too can float and fly and move around the ring the way she's supposed to. I'd like to see a little more shape and dimension through the upper side of her skeleton when you compare her to the one up front, but that's getting picky on a pretty high quality female. I like that heifer a great deal. The young lady's heifer here in 3 is one that you appreciate for having a little extra stoutness, a little extra punch and muscle shape when you compare her to the one that goes 2. I like her at the ground in terms of her foot size. For me though, this one does get a little rounder about her shoulder, a little shorter coupled, a little shorter about her hip, and compared to heifers that go 1 and 2, but still a quality female that you really like for having some added substance and mass to her. The heifer here in 4, I like this one at the stand, and I tell you what, she works her way up. I'll probably give her the nod to move up a spot or 2 in this particular class. I think this one's extremely striking. She's extremely elegant in her pattern. She looks like a lady. She's good balance. So when we set her into motion that she wants to maybe get up in her tail head, she's a little more excessive and uncoordinated in how she works off of those rear 2, but that one's got a maternal look through the center part of her body that I like a great deal. Heifer coming in 5, a female that's extremely long and extended, a heifer that I think compared to those cattle that go out in front of her, she doesn't have the overall dimension and body and power in her. I do see some future in this calf because she's good structured, she's good patterned. She just needs to get bred and belly down, soften up a little bit. I think she rivals a couple of them that go out in front of her here today on down the road if she can do those things. But that's a nice patterned, well-balanced calf that young lady's got. Young man's female coming out here next in line. I like this one too in terms of her length of body. I think she's good-footed. She's got enough substance of bone there at the ground. She gets a little narrower, a little flatter in her muscle shape, not as much style and eye appeal as some of the other cattle. Our young man's calf that's going to come to us next, a slicker-haired one, one that's got some rib shape and some dimension to her. I think structurally for me, this one struggles a little bit off of both ends. She's a little more forward and straight through her shoulder, not quite as flexible off of those rear 2. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, got some muscle shape, got some thickness and power when you get in behind these cattle, just a little too plain, a little more out of balance compared to some of the other females. But a really, really nice class. Congratulations to them.
And your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 190, GCC Click, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Second place goes to entry 192, SC Kelly Sue, shown by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 455, TASF Kinda Classy, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Fourth place goes to entry 196, PRBS Cookies and Cream, shown by Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 189, NCC Kiki, shown by Riley Doucette of Cassville, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 194, Sure Coda, shown by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 195, HEBB Kinley, shown by Easton Dozier of Talala, Oklahoma. And eighth place goes to entry 193, Spring Creek Kiera, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. If you were following in the program, Class 4 order is 5, 1, 2, 3, 8, 6, 7, turn the page, 4. Now we have our selection for Division I Limplex Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall. We will be picking the top 3 in this division. From Class 1, we have entry 165, LAGC Louisiana. From Class 2, we have entry 179, SJMR Princess Kate. From Class 3, we have entry 182, ELCX Keisha. And from Class 4, entry 190, GCC Click. Our second places from each class. From Class 1, entry 170, KCLM Lady May. From Class 2, entry 178, SJMR Kennedy. From Class 3, entry 183, TAYE Kelly. And from Class 4, entry 192, SC Kelly Sue. Once again, this is your Division I Champion Reserve 3rd overall selection. I do want to remind ask all Division and Reserve winners that you will need to fill out your thank you notes immediately and pick up your prizes in the show ring at the awards table. Prizes, of course, are not released without those thank you notes, but the quicker you can get those thank you notes over there to the prize table, the more appreciated that will be. That will be for Division and Reserve winners throughout today.
Well, really an outstanding first division here we bring back out. And I think, you know, as we work throughout the day and get through your Limflex show and your purebred show, I think the one thing that you'll probably find as a common denominator is these cattle that come out of those first classes were not only the best balanced ones that still had enough to them, but I think at the end of the day they were the most structurally correct, or the ones that had the most longevity. They were the most fundamentally sound females that I could find in those lineups that we bring back out as your class winners. And I think this first division is a very good representation of what I'm going to try to stick to and follow along throughout the day. So my hat's off to each and every one of these young folks. You know, I won't spend a whole lot of time on them, but I'll run through them just briefly here for you. You know, the heifer calf that comes out of that first class, that was an interesting way to start off the day. I think we had a lot of variation in terms of size and weight and maturity. And for me, I just went with the one that I read the most future in. I think she's the one that's got some look and some style. As we get her back out here, she probably doesn't power up and have just the overall substance and bone of the cattle that stand in behind her. But I think that female's type and kind fit with these other class winners on down the road. The young lady's heifer that comes out of that second class, again, a female just from a structural standpoint, I think is where she worked her way to the top. I think you get her out here, I think she fits with heifers out of classes 3 and 4. Maybe just not that extra punch and with the baits that we see in the two that stand right in behind her, but that's a quality female as well. And then we get into classes 3 and 4, and I think both those cattle were females that hit me really hard. I like the youthfulness of the young lady's heifer here in 3, just so good balanced and correct in her lines. You set this one into motion, she can really get out and go. You know, she may be just a nickel narrower maid than the one standing right in behind her, but she's so feminine, she's so attractive up through her head and neck, and again, just from a structural standpoint, I think she floats out here in the ring, one that's certainly in contention. The young man's heifer that comes out of that next class, we're going to talk about one that's dense. It starts at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone. She's wide base and yet still extremely smooth in her pattern. There's times she maybe does have a nickel-ish shoulder, gets just maybe a little bit ever so slightly crusty there at the top side of her neck, but that's getting awfully picky on one that there's a whole lot to like. I think when you put that much muscle and power and stoutness into one and can still keep them fresh and good looking, you know, they're going to have a little bit of shoulder, and that doesn't bother me. You know, we don't need to forget these are continental cattle. They're put here to add a little extra substance and mass and punch to some crossbred females, and I think that one does a lot of good things for me. As we have some very respectable seconds out there, let's give them all a big round of applause. I'll get you a champion and a reserve and a 3rd overall. Awesome first division.
And your Division I Limplex champion goes to entry 190, GCC Click, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry 182, ELCX Keisha, shown by Delilah Lava of Hillsboro, Ohio. And 3rd overall, Division I, goes to entry 183, T-O-Y-E Kelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Moving on to Division II of our Limplex females, we start with Class 5. Class 5 is October 17th through 30th females. First in is entry 197, TASF Cool Tunes. Entry 198, ZS Carey. Entry 199, Auto Kira. And entry 200, KCLM Kiss Me More. Once again, this is Class 5. Females born October 17th through 30th.
as we move into some of these October fall borns. I think for me, 4 heifers that line up pretty easily. And again, I think it starts at the ground with this young lady's heifer we're going to use to start. She's by some margin the most flexible, most athletic one that we've got out here in the lineup. You set these cattle into motion. She feels her track. Her joints flex in the right angle. You know, she's a female that gives you a good look there when she gets her parked as well. I like her balance. I like her kind. We could soften her up, I think, ideally, just a little bit. But that'll come with some time. This one's got a good enough structural base. You can keep working on her. I view that one as having the most longevity in this particular class. I do like the softness and the rib cage in the young lady's female here in 2. If this one could get out and move and flex her hock the way the one that we used to start with does, I think she can win the class. But for me, she's just a little tighter there, a little more restricted in those movements and in that flexibility, but still a heifer that's dense. She's powerful. She's got an easy keep and easy fleshing look. That's a quality female to go in the second place hole. Heifers in 3 and 4, the ones that have just a few more problems, but within that bottom pair, for me, this young lady's heifer that's coming out here next, again, is just a little more striking, a little nicer balanced in terms of eye appeal in relation to those heifers that go out in front of her. She maybe does get a little coarser over her tail head and round her out through that hip, but still a quality heifer. And then the one that we're going to round out the class with, this young lady's heifer is really up-headed, really striking and good through her chest floor. For me, though, she hits me as the one that's got the most structural problems. I think she's a little harder keeping on down the road as well, but a quality class of October-born females. Let's give those young folks a nice round of applause.
And the results for Class 5. First place goes to entry 197, TASF Cool Tunes, shown by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 200, KCLN Kiss Me More, shown by Kinley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 199, Otto Kiera, shown by Peyton Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. And fourth place goes to entry 198, ZSZS Carey, shown by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. If you're following in the program, order for Class 5 is 1432. Next in the ring is Class 6. Class 6 is October 5th through October 13th, females. First in, we have entry 201, CELL 2456. Entry 202, SC Kylie. Entry 203, TJFR Cadillac. Entry 204, PC Kiva. Entry 205, Barry's Crazy Beautiful. And entry 206, CKES Katrina. Entry 207 was a scratch. Once again, these are October 5th through 13th, females, Class 6. We'd like to take this time to thank our gold sponsors once again. Without our sponsors, this show would not be possible. Gold sponsors included the Texas Limousine Association, Heartland Limousine Association, DJ Limousine, TransOva, First National Bank, MC Marketing, Peterson's L7 Bar Limousine, South Dakota Limousine Association, Herman and Judy Simmons Memorial, London Landscapes, London Meadowscapes, J&J Cattle Company, Wilder Family Limousine, Sullivan Supply, Yackley Ranches, Wolf Cattle, Neogen, P-Bar S Ranch, J6 Farms, Running Creek Ranch, T4, and Diamond D Ranch. Once again, these are our gold sponsors, and we sure appreciate their support and help for this week's show.
Another interesting class of these fall-born cattle, and they just kind of keep coming. You know, they make me have to make some decisions and lay some priorities in some places. And as we get these two females here on the top end back out, I think it's just kind of hard to look past the extra foot and the extra bone and the extra body mass of this young man's heifer that we're going to use to start with. Is she a little much? Yeah, she is. I'd tone her down a little bit, just make her a little more youthful in her overall appearance, but it's still hard to get around one that's got that much substance at the ground, is that flexible and athletic when you set her out into motion. You know, where I would like to change this one, though, is kind of right there and behind her shoulder. I'd like to open her up through her forerib and through her heart, clean that navel up there underneath her, and like I said, maybe just tone her down a little bit. But I think in this lineup, her flexibility, her athleticism, her body mass and dimension, I think are overwhelming, and she goes ahead and wins for me out here. I like the young man's calf here in 2, and I tell you what, just in terms of this one's balance, her kind, her youthful look, her composition, I like all those things about her. Where I'd change her is off of those rear 2. She just wants to get a little rigid, a little more restricted in the way she handles herself there at the ground. I think this one's angles are good. I like her in her hock. I like her in her knee. But again, if she could just sit down on those rear pasterns a little more comfortable than what she's doing out here, I think it gets really, really interesting there in that top pair. But that's a nice calf. The young lady's heifer here in 3, again, in terms of her lines, in terms of her just her look and presence out here in the ring, I like this female. I think she's as correct from hooks to pins and tailhead as any of them that we've got. She can travel and flex out here today. She just needs a little more body and rib. I don't think she's quite there yet. I'm not going to hold that completely against her because I think that heifer's going to have her day on down the road. But here in this lineup, she just needs to soften up ever so slightly. Young man's calf that's coming out here next. I like the brood cow look of this young man's female. She's big-bodied from her shoulders back. She gives you that maternal look in terms of having some volume and some capacity. She wants to get outside of herself a little bit. She's a little bolder about her shoulder and a little plainer up through her head and neck than some, but still that's a quality female. The young man's red heifer here today, another one from her shoulders back, I like. She's extremely long-bodied, extended. She's got a brood cow look about her. She just gets a little too plain, doesn't maybe fit into the show ring as some of the other cattle that we've got, but this one's going to make a big, soggy-made type cow for this young man on down the road. Then our heifer that we're going to conclude with, one that's a little more striking, a little more up-headed than even the heifers that go, the 2 heifers that go right out in front of her, but she's, for me, the one that has a few more issues structurally, just not quite as soft and easy keeping in her look all the way through. But a real good class, interesting pair there on the top end. Congrats to all of them.
And your results for class number 6. First place goes to entry 203, TJFR Cadillac, shown by Ty Freed of Thornberry, Illinois. Second place goes to entry one by Logan Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Third place goes to entry 206, CKES Katrina, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 201, CELL 2456, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. Fifth place goes to entry 205, Barry's Crazy Beautiful, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Sixth place goes to entry 202, SC Kylie, shown by Julian Mudd of Knobnoster, Missouri. If you are following in our program, the order for class 6 was 4612. Turn your page, 53, scratch. Now in the ring, we have class number 7. Class number 7 is September 16th through 29th, females. Entry 209, Attack Caddy. Entry 210, MINO, Knockout. Entry 212, XKLX, Kaylee. And entry 213, Barry's Candy Crush. Once again, this is class number 7 in the ring, September 16th through 29th, females. We would like to also thank Live Oak Cattle for their delicious pastelaya lunch yesterday. If you see Troy and his crew, make sure you thank them. I think it was delicious. They raised $2,448 for next year's Junior Nationals. Can we please give them a round of applause?
these fall-born cattle, they just keep coming and coming, and I tell you what, another nice set of them out here in this particular lineup. You know, maybe not the home run heifer that just really jumps out at you and you think, man, this one might be in the hunt on down the road, but I think all the way through, quality cattle have some things to offer, and within this lineup, this young lady's heifer here that we're going to use to start with, I think wins so rather handily. You know, she's the biggest bodied, she's the highest volume female. She too is the one that can get out and reach and has the most athleticism when we set these cattle into motion. Congratulations to her on this class winner. A young lady here that's going to come out into, I think, in terms of structure, she's the one that most likely follows our class winner. You get these cattle in motion. She's as collected as any of them. I like her angles, her set to her shoulder, the angle that she's got to her knee, the flex that she works off of those rear two. Does she need to have a little more body and a little more mass from end to end? Yeah, no doubt. But I think in this class, her structure kind of sets herself apart from heifers in 3 and 4. Bigger frame, longer body heifers, the one here in 3. I don't mind those things about her. I think she does have a little extra softness of rib and depth of body than the heifer that goes out right in front of her. She just gets a little straighter off of both ends of that skeleton, a little flatter in her muscle pattern, but a quality female. And then our young man's calf that we're going to round out the class with. This one's got as much shape and power when you get in behind the cattle and view her down the top side of her skeleton as any of them. Just structurally, though, this one struggles the most for me out here today. But a real good class of cattle, good class of young folks. Congratulations to each of them.
And the results for Class 7, first place goes to entry 210, MINO Knockout, shown by Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 212, XKLX Kaylee, shown by Kaylee Williams of Anderson, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 213, Berries Candy Crush, shown by Haley Bear of Culver, Oregon. And fourth place goes to entry 209, Attack Caddy, shown by Drake Reese of Avon, Illinois. If you're following in the program, Class 7 order, 4, 1, 2, 3. Now in the ring, we have class number 8. Class number 8 is September 1st through 11th, females. We have entry 216, CELL 2390. Entry 218, ASBK Kit Kat. Entry 219, Spring Creek Cleopatra. Entry 220, MINO Calamity Jane. Entry 221, LFL Candy Kiss. And entry 222, HB Fancy. Once again, this is Class 8, September 1st through 11th, females. Another PSA announcement, we have another birthday today, Miss Alicia Sashry from Texas. Most of you know her as Logan's mom even. It is her birthday today. If you see Alicia around the barn, please make sure you wish her a very happy birthday. Some more sponsors we would like to thank is our silver sponsors that help make this week possible in Rapid City. Our silver sponsors include Fosdick Cattle, Compeer Financial, Louisiana Limousin Association, First Dakota, J&R Feeds, 605 Sires, Custom Genetic Solutions, Attack Limousin, Galoda's Live Oak Limousin, South Fork Ranch, Peterson's Land and Auction, and Channel Seed, Triple Shear Seed Company. Once again, this week would not be possible without our sponsors.
Well, we do a lot of fall breeding at home, and we have a decent bull market for fall-born bulls, and throughout the years, this fall calf lineup just keeps getting tougher and tougher and tougher on down the road, but I tell you, it's something that we really enjoy. You know, here we are into July, and it's not going to be long before we'll have some fall calves on the ground. So, you know, I really enjoy working through these fall cattle and even the senior yearlings on down the road at this stage of the game. And I tell you, the one that hits me hard in terms of one that's going to make a senior yearling is this young lady's heifer right here. I tell you what, there's a lot to like in her. Just so cowy and so maternal in her look. She's sound, she's flexible, she's deep through the center part of her rib. She carries that dimension back through that rear rib and flank, and then yet she's still striking and stylish up front. You know, if you was going to change her, maybe strengthen her a little bit right there in behind her shoulder and just right through her heart. But I tell you what, that one's just so loose-made and so maternal in her kind. It's really hard for me to not use that one to go ahead and lead off with. For me, the pair to sort and what took a little longer was 2 and 3. And these cattle are different in their type and kind. I like the future of the young man's heifer here in 2. I think she's more built like our class winner in terms of her flexibility, in terms of her athleticism at the ground. Does she have quite as much to her today as the one that we use, just in terms of overall length and body mass? Probably not. But still, I think this one on down the road is a senior yearling as well. This one softens up. She's put together so correctly. And again, one that just reads cow power to me. I think she's ultra competitive out here in this division. She's just a better balanced heifer than the one here in 3. One that's so powerful and broody and stout in her kind is this young lady's heifer in the 3rd hole, and I like a lot of things about her. I think you read that one through her center skeleton, and there's just so much dimension and volume in her. You know, she certainly makes you look at her, but the longer we study her, you know, I can pick this one apart, and she comes in a few more pieces. She's a little bolder in her shoulder, a little coarser and rounder out of her hip and over her tailhead. I think that reflects, too, as you set these cattle into motion. At times, she maybe just wants to kind of waddle and get outside of herself ever so slightly, but that's going to be an easy keeping one on down the road for that young lady. Heifer here in 4, I like the pattern. I like the balance and the lines in this female. She just needs to stouten up and widen up a little bit more than the cattle that go right in front of her. She gets a little narrower chested, a little narrower there. She goes away from you, but she's good line. She's sound and flexible in her build, quality heifer. The 2 heifers coming here next in line. For me, again, I think in a tough, high-quality class, I think they're cattle that have some value. The young man's heifer's got some muscle shape and some dimension to her. There were times that she just looked a little harder bodied, a little plainer than some of those other females. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, again, I like her muscle shape. I like her dimension. Just a little too round, a little too hard for me to get her up any higher. But a real nice class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And your results for class number 8. First place goes to entry 222, HB Fancy, shown by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 220, MINO Calamity Jane, shown by Trip Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 216, CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 218, ASBK Kit Kat, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. Fifth place went to 221, LFL Candy Kiss, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. And sixth place, entry 219, Spring Creek Cleopatra, shown by Brooke Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. If you are following in the program, Class 8's order, 34625, turn your page 1. Next in, we have our first and second place from Division 2. This is our Division 2 champion, reserve champion, and 3rd overall drive. First place from Class 5 was entry 197, TASF, Cool Tunes. From Class 6, we have entry 203, TJFR, Cadillac. From Class 7, we have entry 210, MINO Knockout. And from Class 8, we have entry 222 HB Fancy. Second place in classes, Class 5 second place was entry 200, KCLM, Kiss Me More. From Class 6, entry 204, PC Kiva. From Class 7, entry 212, XKLX Kaylee. And from Class 8, second place, entry 220, MINO Calamity Jane. Once again, this is your Division II Limplex Champion Reserve and third overall selections.
What another outstanding division lineup of these fall-born cattle. Let's give them all a big round of applause, if you would, here just for a moment. Again, it's been a lot of fun to work through these fall classes out here, and I'm not going to go back through and talk each one of them. I spent enough time there on them in class. I told you what I liked and didn't like about each and every one of them. There's one out here, though, that's just my speed and my kind. I'll go out here and make her champion, and then we'll get you a reserve and a third. But again, a high-quality lineup of these fall-borns out here. My hat's off to each and every one of you. Congratulations to all of you. If you would, give them another nice hand. We'll get you some champions.
In your Division II champion is entry 222 HB Fancy, shown by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. In your Division II Limplex Reserve champion comes out of the same class, entry 220, MINO Calamity Jane, shown by Trip Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. In third overall, Division II goes to entry 203, TJFR Cadillac, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Don't forget, if you are a division or reserve winner, to make sure you fill out your thank you notes ASAP so that you can pick up your prize in the show ring. Prizes, of course, are not going to be released without a written thank you note, but if you could grab those and maybe even fill them out before you head to the barn, that would be great. Now entering the ring, we have class number 9. Class number 9 is June 5th through 15th, females. We have entry 225, TSSL Larissa's Limits. Entry 226, BULN Katie. Entry 228, SC Cora. Entry 229, Berries Catch If You Can. And entry 230, DL Margaret. Once again, this is class 9, Limplex females, born June 5th through 15th. Our bronze sponsors for this week, but we also appreciate their help putting on this week's show. Bronze sponsors include Cattle Business Weekly, Riley and Kayla Sue Lauber, Shelby Skinner, Lawrence Family Limousin, CK Sunny Booth, Colt Cattle Company, Jackson Cattle Company, Bojaden, Freed Show Cattle, Focus Marketing Group, Greeley Hat Works, DB Auction, JLX Limousine, Van Local Custom Cabbing, CHS, C&B. We appreciate our bronze sponsors.
Really nice pair here on this top end in this particular class of these June females. And when this young lady's heifer hit the ring, again, just her comfort, her level that she's got at the surface, I think is superior to her contemporaries that she's got out here. This one's feet, her legs, her angles are just ideal in terms of how she flexes and goes. She still looks like a lady and looks like a brood cow when you study her through her center skeleton. I love this one's head and neck. Some guys might say, well, she's got a little more throat and a little more chest, but, you know, that doesn't bother me. When they've got extension and they've got that much elegance about their head and their ear set and their neck, this one just screams donor cow and future on down the road for me. And again, it starts at the ground. You build them from there up, and I think this one does it really well out here in this lineup. I'll give her two. The management on this one is spot on. I think from a composition standpoint, I prefer her over the heifer in second. And I'm not saying the heifer in two's fat, but she's got a little more on her than one. And so I commend the management for that on this female. I think she's 12 o'clock out here today. I like the young man's calf here in two. You know, she is one that's probably a little more tighter throated, tighter chested than even the heifer that we start with. With that though, she is a little more filled out in her brisket. She's got a little more pone around her tail head. She's just not quite as flexible and easygoing on the move either as the one that we go ahead and lead things off with. But those are two nice females there at the top end. I like the body shape and the mass and the volume of this young man's cow here in three. And she can get out and float and move around the ring. For me though, she is a little fatter. She is a little plainer. She's not quite as attractive and elegant up through that head, but still a high quality female there to go in the middle of the class. Young lady's heifer that's coming out next, and these remaining two cattle, this one just hits me as being a little more feminine, a little more ladylike in her kind. She can get out and flex and reach good enough for me. She does get a little shorter coupled, little frailer bone than the cattle that go out in front of her, just not quite as much substance and mass from end to end. And then her heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, she does have a little added shape and power when you compare her to the heifer right in front of her. For me though, structurally, she gets to fall apart on both ends a little bit, just needs to be a little harder keeping on down the road. Real good pair. I really like the one there at the top to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And the results for class number 9. First place goes to entry 228 SC Cora, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 225 TSSL Larissa's Limits, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 229 Barry's Catch If You Can, shown by McCrae Stafford of Pineville, Oregon. Fourth place goes to entry 230 DL Margaret, shown by Eliza True of Skytook, Oklahoma. And fifth place goes to entry 226 BULN Katie, shown by Brent Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. If you are following along, Class 9, the order is 25134. Now in the ring, we have Class 10. Class 10 is May females, born May 16th through 29th. First in, we have entry 233, SEEE Chris Pina Colada. Entry 234 was a scratch. Entry 236, TASF, CLAC Peyton. Entry 238, Schilling Candy. And entry 239, ELCX Kate. Once again, this is Class 10. Limplex females born May 16th through 29th.
nice class of Mays here, and to be honest with you, maybe one of the more logical classes for me to place out here today, and not taking anything away from the cattle that stand 3 and 4, but I think they just kind of fall where they fall out here, and I think a lot of you around ringside would probably have to agree. The one that we're going to start with, just in terms of her balance, in terms of her kind, I think she excels them out here. She's extremely attractive and stylish up front. She goes to the ground with a good sound structural base underneath her, and yet this one's still so dense and so opened up in terms of just her shape and her curvature that she's got through her center body and rib. You know, if I could change her a little bit, you know, she runs downhill ever so slightly, but man, that's knocking one that's ultra competitive out here and just put together so unique in this particular lineup. I like the heifer in 2. I think she's a lot like her. Structurally, she's flexible, she's athletic, she's cowy in her build. There's just not as much to her from end to end. She's a little shallower through her rear rib and flank, a little tighter there and through her heart and through her forerib, a little bit of navel there throws her off just ever so slightly, but still a high quality female that gives you that kind of look and presence that we want to see out here. You know, if there's a close pair, I'd call it between 3 and 4. I went with the little bigger frame, more extended female of the young man's here to go 3. I just like this heifer structurally. I think she's a little better in the point of her shoulder, the set to her knee, the angle that she's got to her hock. She just needs to soften up from end to end to ever be close to rivaling those heifers that go 1 and 2. And then our young lady's heifer we're going to conclude the class with, she does have more shape, more power, more natural width and thickness to her, but she does get a little straighter shouldered, a little more uncoordinated in how she uses those rear 2 when you set these things out on the go. But a real good class. Congratulations to all 4 of them.
And your results for Class 10. First place goes to entry 239, ELCX Kate, shown by Carter Cornegy from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 236, TASF CLOC Peyton, shown by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. Third place goes to entry 238, Shilling Candy, shown by Kogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. And fourth place goes to entry 233, SEEE Chris Pina Colada, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Following in the program, class number 10's order was 4, scratch, 2, turn your page, 3, 1. Entering the ring now is class number 11. These are females born May 10th through 13th. First in, entry 240, LFL Cassandra, shown by Cage Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Entry 241, TUBB NKNA Kamikaze. Entry 242, FWLY LHC Royal Riva. Entry 243, ELCX Kissimmee. Entry 245, TSSL Larissa's Charm. Entry 246, SSUL Hush Puppy. And entry 247, BRDG Kiki. Once again, this is class 11 in the ring, females born May 10th through 13th. Don't forget to go over and visit the Linger Booster Table, buy your raffle tickets, look over the baskets, the state baskets. The drawing will be held after the Limflex show.
Well, definitely one of the deeper classes from end to end that we've had up to this point, and you know, these May females, I think it's an interesting lineup that we bring back out here. And in the heart of this class, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to change a few things up a little bit. There's some give and take out there, but I think the easiest thing to do for me was to go ahead and find this one and run her to the top. Again, just in terms of her balance, in terms of her flexibility, in terms of her presence that she's got out here in the ring, this is the one that for me just stands out and works her way to the top rather handily. I think she's a moderately framed female that's big-bodied and easy fleshing. She gives you an attractive look up front. You get in behind the cattle, and especially relative to the 1 and 2, she's just got more width. She's got more width of base, more width of chest. Just a female that I like a great deal in this particular lineup. Heifer in 2 is one that follows her just from a structural standpoint in regards to her flexibility as she gets around the ring. She's probably a little more upstanding, a little longer-sided type female than even the one that we go ahead and use to start with. I just like to see a little more of her in terms of just natural thickness and width from end to end, but that's still a quality female that gives you the right kind of look, has the right kind of balance out here to suit me a great deal and stay at the top end of this class. Congratulations to that young man. As I said, you know, the remaining cattle, there's some sort amongst them. I just like the cow look and the broodiness of this young man's heifer here in 3. I think she's a moderately framed female that's low maintenance. She's big-bodied and bold-sprung. She's good in regards to her structure. Does she have as much foot and bone and substance there at the ground as the cattle that stand below her? Probably not. She doesn't. I'm not going to argue with you there, but she's good kind of stock. I think she can survive in a lot of environments. She's got enough look and presence about her to succeed as well out here in the ring. Young man doing a good job with her with a nice calf. She just doesn't have that overall substance and mass of the heifers that go out right in front of her. The young lady's heifer coming out here next, just a big top, thick-ended, stout-made individual that you have to appreciate. At times for me, she just gets a little coarser in her look, a little rounder about her shoulder, kind of cranks her tail head up ever so slightly. But again, in terms of just mass and power and dimension, one that you like a great deal. The young man's calf is going to come out next in line. A lot of the same can be said for her. I think she's got the right kind of set and flex to her hock and the way she goes to the ground there off of her rear leg. I think in compared to the heifer right in front of her, she does get a little flatter and narrower there underneath, just a little piecier in regards to how she's tied in right there in behind her shoulder and down through her forerib, but quality heifer. Our young lady's female that's coming out here next. I love this one's hip and hind leg. I think she's really ideal there. She's attractive up through her head as you study her. Just need to freshen her up. I think you kick this one out and put her on some hay, certainly change her a great deal, but a big-bodied, easy-keeping one that's going to make a nice brood cow for that young lady on down the road. Then our heifer we're going to conclude the class with, another moderately framed one, just doesn't have enough mass and substance to get over them cattle that stand up in front of her, but a tremendous lineup of May cattle. Congratulations to all of them.
And your results for class number 11. First place goes to entry 241 TUBB MKNA Kamikaze, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 242 FWLY LHC Royal Rita, shown by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place, entry 240 LFL Cassandra, shown by Cage Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 243 ELCX Kissimmee, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 245 TSSL Larissa's Charm, shown by Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry 246 SSUL Hush Puppy, shown by Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. And seventh place, entry 247 BRDG Kiki, shown by Grace Hoover of Dundas, Minnesota. If you're following in the program, Class 11's order was 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now in the ring is class number 12. Class 12 is May females born May 1st through 9th. Entry 248, SHSK, Barbara's Bell. Entry 249, SHSK, Millie. Entry 250, Schilling, Kylie. Entry 252, SSUL, Eden's Looker. Entry 253, PCCJKSM, Fantasy. Entry 254, JTBW, Queen of Hearts. And entry 257, SL, Cookies. Once again, this is class 12 in the ring, May 1st through 9th, females. Another reminder that thanks to our gracious photo sponsors, you can download any and all images from this week's shows. If you go to Legacy Livestock website, those sponsors, Legacy Livestock Imaging, Red Rock Limousin, Wilder Family Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Landing Cattle, Rafter DP, Black Knight Cattle Company, KLS Farms, and Limousine 365. Don't forget to stop over and get yourself a t-shirt. They are now on sale for $10 over by the awards table between it and the Lemmy Booster table. Sizes are limited, so go grab your size while they're hopefully still there. We appreciate those sponsors, J6 Farms and P-Bar-S Ranch. But once again, the show shirts, showmanship shirts, 50-year Nalgia shirts are all on sale now for $10. Sizes are limited, so go by and grab your size before they're gone.
Another nice class of these May females. And, you know, maybe in this particular lineup, I'll be honest with you, maybe not a home run that you find out here, but I think the best heifer that combines some balance, some structural integrity, being compositionally right, and best suits me just in regards to her basic build is this young lady's heifer here that we're going to lead off with. I think one that's extremely youthful and attractive up front. From there back, she holds true with a good sound structural base. She's got the right kind of rib shape and balance through the center part of her skeleton. I love her out of her hip and her hind leg. She's not the biggest one out here, and I do like them to have a little more extra size and length to them from end to end, but I think still this one's just the best one, and that's where she's going to go ahead and lead off in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes in two, I think, again, structurally is the one that best follows her. I like her flexibility out on the go. I like her hip and hind leg as well. I think she gets a little plainer up front in regards to that class winner. She's got a little more navel there underneath that just throws her off ever so slightly, but still a quality heifer from end to end. And again, I think structurally is where she stays at the top end of this class. The big long body, bigger framed ones, the young lady's heifer coming here in three, and from her shoulders back, I think she rivals the ones that go 2 and 1 in this particular lineup. For me though, she's just a little too straight through her shoulder, down through her knee, just not as comfortable off of her front end as she gets out on the lead. But from there back, a quality female that's got some breeding value to her on down the road. Again, there's some sorting the cattle as we move on down through the lineup. I like the extra width and muscle shape of this young lady's moderately framed heifer here coming next. You know, maybe just not quite the overall extension and size and performance and the cattle that go out in front of her, but of the remaining females, she's the best hipped, best legged one that we've got still out here. Just a quality heifer there to fall in the middle of the lineup. The slick-haired heifer that's coming next, again, I don't mind this one. She gives me an easy keeping, easy maintaining kind of a look, although she does get a little more moderate in her kind, a little more uncoordinated and a little more excessive in the set to that hind leg as she gets out and goes, a little frailer and compared to some of her contemporaries out here in the lineup as well, but a quality female that's got some muscle shape and some thickness. The heifer that's coming out next does have a little bigger foot, a little more circumference of bone there, and compared to the one right in front of her, she's got plenty of muscle and power packed onto her skeleton. With that though, she just gets a little harder in her rib, harder through that heart and back through that rear rib and flank for me out here today. And then our young man's calf that we're going to conclude with, again, another one that's not lacking for having some natural width and some thickness. She's just not my kind out here today. Just needs to be freshened up and loosened up off of both ends. But a good class of Mays. Congratulations to them.
And your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 252, SSUL Eden's Looker, shown by Mary Grace O'Sullivan from Maple Lake, Minnesota. Second place goes to entry 248, SHSK Barbara's Bell, shown by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 253, PCCJKSN Fantasy, shown by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Fourth place goes to entry 249, SHSK Millie, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 250, Shilling Kylie, shown by Emery Martheler from Hastings, Minnesota. Sixth place goes to entry 257, SL Cookies, shown by Elizabeth Hansen of Belva, Nebraska, or North Dakota. Seventh place goes to entry 254, JTBW Queen of Hearts, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Those following in the program Class 12's order, 2, 4, 5. Turn your page, 1376. Now in the ring, we have our Division 3 Champion Reserve and third overall selection. First place, coming in from Class 9, is entry 228, SC Cora. From Class 10 is entry 239, ELCX Kate. From Class 11, entry 241, TUBB NKNA Kamikaze. From Class 12, entry 252, SSUL Edens Looker. Second place from those classes in Division 3, from Class 9, 225, TSSL Larissa's Limits. From Class 10, 236, TASF CLAC Peyton. From Class 11, Entry 242, FWLY LHC Royal Rita. And from Class 12, 248, SHSK Barbara's Bell. Once again, this is your Division 3 Limflex Champion Reserve and third overall selection.
Well, what an incredible division of these May and June females that we bring back out here. And let's start off by giving them a big, big hand, guys. You know, I'm going to be the first to say it, that there's a handful of you that are standing out here in this ring that when you left home, wherever you came from, you were telling yourself, we got a shot. We got a shot, and you do. This is a tremendous lineup in this particular division. I know we got a lot of cattle still to get through yet today, but I tell you what, this one has been as deep and as fun as any of them, and when I say that, I truly mean it, because the cattle are good. You know, those of you that have judged shows, when you get into a show and there's just no place to go, it can be tough, but I knew that would not be the case. I maybe didn't expect it to happen quite as early in the day, and so my hats are off to each and every one of you. We're going to talk about them a little bit because they deserve it. I'm going to pick them apart, and I'm going to tell you how I like them, then I'm going to sort them, and right or wrong, you can take the ones home that you want to take home. But the young lady's heifer out of that June class, I tell you what, she's the slick-haired one, and guess what? I like it. What you see is what you get. This thing just reads cow to me, and you want to talk about one that's as square and true and functional at the ground. It's her. She's the best structured, best legged one, most flexible one that we've got out here. She combines that with a brood cow look through the center part of her skeleton. She's near ideal out of her hip and tail head and the way that hind leg goes to the ground. She is striking and sharp and clean-throated and clean-chested as all three of the heifers standing behind her? No, she's not. But in the real world, you need a little bit of that to survive, and I tell you what, that one is awfully, awfully nice. The young lady's calf that comes out of that first May class, again, you want to talk about one that is dense and three-dimensional and on point in terms of her freshness and her condition out here, and it's her. I truly like a lot of things about her. She, too, is as flexible as any of them. There's times that she maybe wants to just get a nickel ridge on a rear pastern, but I'm going to blame that on just the show ring surface out here today, because this thing's angles are incredible. She gives you that look and that presence that you want to see out here. Is she a little shorter bodied than heifers on either side of her? Yeah, she is, but I tell you what, she's extremely high quality and extremely good, and certainly in contention out here today. Then we come to the young lady's calf out of that third class. In terms of foot size, bone, mass, power, she's got it going. I think she's the stoutest, most genuine heifer in terms of base width and dimension that we've got out here. Just truly incredible in terms of the amount of power and smoothness that she can still pack onto her skeleton. They've got this one dialed in as well, and so my hat's off to this young lady. Compared to heifers that stand right in front of her, she's maybe a nickel straighter through her shoulder, more open there at the point. She's pushing a little more chest and a little more condition than heifers that come out of the first two classes, but there's still some advantages that she's got, and she's definitely not out of contention out here today. And then we come to the fourth class, and I tell you what, young lady, I don't know if when you came in the ring that you realized how good a heifer you got, but she fits into this group extremely well. She's good balance, she's good structured. Does she have the overall length and the mass and dimension that we see in the three that stand right in front of her? Probably not. She needs to be a little more opened up through her heart and right in behind her shoulder, but she is good stock, and so my hats are off to you. There's some good seconds over there. We're not going to talk them. I've talked enough, but I tell you what, I like all four of these class winners. I'm going to line them up first through three. If you will, give them a big hand and congratulate them for bringing out a tremendous set.
Your Division III Linflex champion comes out of Class 10. Entry 239, ELCX Cape, shown by Carter Cornegie from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your Division III Reserve comes out of Class number 9, entry 228, SC Cora, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third overall comes out of Class 11, entry 241, TUBB, MKNA, Kamikaze, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Moving right along into class number 13. Class number 13 has April females, born April 20th through 29th. Entry 258, Ratliff Chloe. Next in the ring, entry 260, TUBB MKNA Katie. Entry 261, SSUL Edens Legend. Entry 262, KESC Lucy's Carrot. Entry 263 is a scratch. Entry 264, ELCX FB Carmen. Entry 265, J6 Caitlin. And entry 266, SC Callie. Once again, this is class 13 in the ring. April 20th through April 29th, Linflex females. Don't forget, if you haven't picked up your progress steer carcass results, those are available up here at the announcer stand or back there at one of the tables. If you want to see the results of that carcass contest, make sure you come by and get you a copy. Also, don't forget stopping by your t-shirts that are on sale. Please support the concession stands that are open here at the monument. And don't forget to tell your friends and family that they can watch the show online with liveauctions.tv. Also, all you division and reserve winners, make sure you grab those thank you cards and fill them out as soon as possible. That way you can pick up your prize in the show ring at the awards table. But make sure you grab those thank you cards and fill those out ASAP so we can get those awards to you. We would appreciate it.
Another nice class of these Limousin females, and I tell you what, the top three are interesting. There's some give and take amongst all of them, but the longer we're out here, the heifer that's the most comfortable and the most flexible still combines some width and natural thickness is this young lady's white flanked one here that we're going to go ahead and use to start. Again, I think it starts at the ground in terms of her foot size and her substance that she's got there. Again, she's the most collected as you set these cattle into motion, and yet she couples that with some power and some dimension from end to end. There's times, and she does get a little open there at the top side of her shoulder, and she's probably a little wider shouldered than heifers that go 2 and 3, but still, that's the female that combines the best qualities for me out here today. Go ahead and run with her. I like the look and the pattern and the style of this young lady's heifer here in 2. Her lines are really, really good. Her angles are extremely good. Just needs to be opened up and powered up a little bit. She gets a little narrower made and flatter in terms of her muscle shape and her pattern, but it's her flexibility and comfortable ease there at the ground that keeps her there in that second hole. Young man's heifer in 3, she does have a little extra width and a little extra muscle shape and dimension all the way through compared to the heifer that stands right in front of her. I just need to loosen her up there from behind. She's just getting a little too tight and a little more restricted out of that hip and hind leg, but man, that one gives you a good look at the stand. I like that extra stoutness and thickness that she offers. The heifer that's coming out here next in line is a female that's big-topped, thick-ended, and bold-sprung through the center part of her skeleton. She gets a little plainer up front than the heifers that go out right in front of her, and maybe a little more excessive in the set and angle of that hind leg as she wants to get out and go, but there's a lot of cow power and broodiness in that female that you have to appreciate. The young lady's heifer that's going to come out here next in line, again, I like this one in terms of having some thickness and some power. For me, though, she does get just a little too round on both ends of that skeleton, a little lower and open there at the point of her shoulder, a little shorter and rounder about that hip, maybe just doesn't flex and reach as comfortable and fluid as I'd like to see her out here. The young man's slick-haired heifer that's coming out here next in this bottom pair of females, I think with what's left, she's a female that just gives me a little easier keeping, a little better balanced type of a look. She doesn't have that extra wow factor and style of the cattle that go out in front of her. And then our heifer that we conclude the class with, again, a moderately framed, low input type female, just not enough style and look and presence about her either to get her up any higher. Really good class. Congratulations to them.
And your results for Class 13, first place goes to entry 260, TUBB NKNA Katie, shown by Sadie Edgers of Humboldt, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 261, SSUL Edens Legend, shown by Kylie Bear of Esteline, South Dakota. Third place goes to entry 262, KESC Lucy's Carrot, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry 264, ELCX FB Carmen, shown by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Fifth place goes to entry 258, Ratliff Clay, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. Sixth place goes to entry 266, SC Cali, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 265, J6 Caitlin, shown by Kenley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, Class 13's order was 5, 1, 2, 3, scratch 4. Turn your page, 7, 6. Now in the ring is Class 14. Class 14 is April females, born April 10th through 14th. Entry 267 is CLAC Kaylin. Entry 268 is PCC JKSM Fantasy. Entry 270 is ROMN Kiss the Girl. Entry 272 is KMHS London Bridge. Once again, this is Class 14 in the ring. April 10th through 14th, Winplex females.
Again, another nice class of these April females, and again, for me, I think one of the more logical classes that we've had, and I mean that as a way that they just kind of fit together, and you know, you try to do the big things, the easy things, and the easiest thing for me to do, again, was to latch a hold of this young lady's calf and go ahead and start with her. I think she's the female that's got enough substance and enough mass out here, and again, from a structural standpoint, I think she excels just in terms of her length of stride, her flexibility on the go, just a nice place to start. Yeah, you could open her up, see her a little boulder right in behind her shoulder. She wants to run downhill a little bit out here, but she's by some margin the highest quality female that we've got in this lineup. The one from a structural base that most likely follows her is this young lady's heifer calf here in 2. I like the rib shape and the curvature that she's got through her center skeleton. This thing's so fresh and so skinny that it almost works to her disadvantage a little bit out here today. I appreciate those things about her. I think on down the road, you start hammering on this one a little bit and get her bred up early. I hope she already is. And I tell you what, she can look pretty nice in the end because she's got the right kind of look. She's got the right kind of pattern out here today. She just gets a little outpowered and outmassed in relation to that heifer that we start with. Young man's white-bellied one here that's going to come out in 3. Slicker-haired heifer again. I appreciate that about her. She's got some muscle shape and some thickness to her. She, of those first 3 females, is the one that just struggles the most. Excuse me. When you put her into motion, doesn't flex her hawk as ideally as I'd like to see, and that's what kind of gets her beat out here today. Our young lady's calf that we're going to round out the class with is big-topped and stout-hipped as any of them. For me, though, she's just a little too hard in her rib cage. Just want to soften that one up a little bit through the center part of her skeleton. But a nice class of April females. Congratulations to all of them.
In the results for Class 14, first place goes to entry 268, PCC JKSN Fantasy, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 272, KMHS London Bridge, shown by JC Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Third place goes to entry 267, CLAC Kaylin, shown by Jacob Snyder of Hastings, Minnesota. And fourth place goes to entry 270, ROMN Kiss the Girl, shown by Palmer Nelson of Arlington, South Dakota. Your order for Class 14 was 3, 1, 4, 2. Next in the ring, we have class number 15. Class 15 is April females, born April 3rd through April 7th. The first entry, 273, was a scratch. Entry 274, Richardson's Kiki. Entry 276, Knockout. Entry 277, DJ Kalua. Entry 278, GGCG Katniss. Entry 279, J6 Caitlin. Entry 280, TASF Calypso. Entry 281, SHSK Wendy. And entry 282, EL Reba. Once again, this is class 15. Nymplex females born April 3rd through April 7th.
Another deep class as we get into these April females once again. And a pair on top that I think, again, just from a structural standpoint, are the ones that are the freest and easiest in their movements. And within that pair, this young lady's heifer that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with that we've got out here in the center of the ring, I just think there's more cow there. Today, she's bolder in her upper skeleton and the way her rib comes out of the top side of her spine. She's got more shape and curvature there. She goes to the ground with a little more foot size and a little more bone. Just a real nice cow prospect that this young lady has for us to go ahead and lead off with. The heifer in two, like I said, this was a pair of cattle for me that were the most ideal structurally. I appreciate the moderate, low input look that this one gives us out here today. I like how she gets around the ring and handles herself free and easy. Like I said, and compared to that class winner, she's a little flatter in her upper rib, not quite as much power down through that quarter and stifle, a little more refined there in her bone work. But that's a good pair of cattle that I think fit together really well on the top end. The one heifer, the young man's coming out here in third is, initially she hit me as a heifer that's got a little more Angus influence in her. She's slick-haired, what you see is what you get, really feminine and refined and youthful about that head and neck. I think of those two heifers that go out right in front of her, though. She's the one that gets a little frailer, a little smaller footed there at the ground. And two, I think of that initial trio, she's a little more open there at the point of her shoulder, maybe just doesn't handle it quite as comfortably when she gets out and goes. But I like her body, I like her rib, I like that maternal look that she gives us to go ahead and keep her in that third hole. A unique one's here in fourth, and man, I'm sure you probably didn't think you might quite would stand that low out here today, but this was a deep class, a tough class. Your heifer's got some things that are intangibles out here in terms of her foot, her bone, her length of stride is extremely good. I just wish she put it together in a little nicer, neater, more uniform, more balanced package. She gets pretty easy in her top line, not quite enough heart and forerib to her. Just like to see her a little better in her lines out here today. But that one's got some unique breeding pieces to her on down the road, and I wouldn't be ashamed to have that one out in the pasture with me. This young man's calf that's going to come out here next. I like the composition of this female. I like her type and her kind. What you see is what you get. She's got some muscle shape and some dimension to her. She's just a little shorter coupled, a little shallower body than those cattle that lead out in front of her. But that one's got some quality, got a quality look about her. A little bigger framed heifer is the one coming out here next in line. She just needs to loosen up. She's got more body and more rib than the heifer right in front of her. But from a structural standpoint, she's just too tight and straight off of both ends. And then our big heifer here that's coming out next. Again, I'm not afraid to use a big one. I do like big cattle, but at the same time, they got to be fundamentally correct. For me, this one's hip and hind leg. I just like to change a little bit the way she's designed. She's awfully straight through her hock, needs a little more forerib and heart to go along with it, but I like her added length and her foot size and bone. The young lady having a tough time here with this red heifer at the end. You're doing all right, sweetheart. Keep your head up. You got a nice calf. A red one, she's got some shape and some dimension to her, just maybe not quite the right kind out here today, but a good lineup. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And the results for Class 15. First place goes to entry 278, GGCG Katniss, shown by Brenna Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 274, Richardson's Kiki, shown by Molly McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 277, DJ Kalia, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fourth place goes to entry 279, J6 Caitlin, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 281, SHSK Wendy, shown by Brixton Boshi from Oneida, South Dakota. Sixth place goes to entry 280, TASF Calypso, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Seventh place goes to entry 276, Knockout, shown by Hannah Hooper of Hale Center, Texas. And eighth place goes to E.L. Riva, shown by Kennedy Stern of Garden City, South Dakota. If you're following in the program for Class 15, It was a scratch, 27314. Turn your page, 658. Now in the ring, we have class number 16. Class 16 is March 18th through 28th, Limflex females. First in, we have entry 287, Shilling Cleopatra. Entry 291, J6 KN. Entry 292, L7 Kit Kat. Entry 293, Shilling Crystal. And entry 294, KGDA Style. Entry 295 is a scratch. Again, this is class 16, March 18th through 28th, Limflex females. Some other sponsors we want to thank once again. All of these sponsors together help make this event possible. Our satellite event sponsors, Lauder Cattle Company, Minor Limousin, SC Online Sales, Oshner Limousine. Those that sponsored our tour to Mount Rushmore, Simmons Brothers Limousine, Attack Limousine. We thank R&R Marketing for sponsoring our water bottles and showtimes for our banners. Once again, we appreciate all of our sponsors that support these Limousine Juniors and help make this week possible.
Another nice class of these yearling females, and the one we're going to lead off with, for me, I think does so handily. I think she's the easy one that when she came to the ring, she hit me the hardest, and it stayed true the whole way through. I think this one's balance in this particular lineup. Her kind, her structural integrity are superior to the rest. I think she gives you a good look when you study her through her head and neck, the way her necktie is there high at the top side of her shoulder. She carries that back to a good top line, long and level and smooth out of her hip. And then again, we put these cattle into motion. She's by some margin the freest and most athletic one that we've got out here. Easy place to start. From there, there's some sorting the cattle, a little give and take. I went ahead and used the one that's just a little nicer patterned, a little nicer profiling of the young lady's female here to go second. I think of our remaining cattle, she's the one, and just in terms of her lines, in terms of her angles, I think it is left to be the best out here today. I think compared to the heifer right there below her in 3, she's a little more correct in the angle and set to her rear leg and the way she goes to the ground there and her foot size. What does she need? She needs a little more body and rib just to run with the one up front and to even further set herself apart from the cattle that follow her here in the lineup. She is a little shallower bodied. She is a little lighter muscled than the cattle that stand 3 and 4, but I like her kind. I like her condition out here today. I think this one's got a nice future ahead of her on down the road. The young lady's calf going to come here in 3rd. Yeah, this one is bigger top, bolder sprung, bigger bodied. You can say all those things about her. For me, she's a little more excessive in the set to that hind leg, a little plainer and a little more undesirable there up front, just in terms of her look and presence. But I tell you, of the remaining cattle, she's as big-bodied and broody and easy keeping as any of them, and I do greatly appreciate those things about her. Our young lady's calf that's going to come out here in the 4th hole. Again, low maintenance, moderate, easy fleshing type female. She gets just a little frailer, a little more refined than those other cattle. Not quite the muscle shape and dimension, but still I like her size and I like her kind. Then we're going to conclude the class with one of the bigger frame heifers of the lineup, a long-bodied, extended one. Again, just gets a little too plain, a little too frail, a little heavier condition, and just not loose enough made for me out here today. Good class. Congratulations to all of them.
And your results for Class 16. First place goes to entry 291, J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place, entry 287, Shilling Cleopatra, shown by Brianne Bronner of Burton, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 293, Shilling Crystal, shown by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 292, L7 Kit Kat, shown by Rory Peterson of Fuquana, South Dakota. And fifth place, entry 294, KGDA Style, shown by Olivia Shaquin of Marthasville, Missouri. Order for Class 16 was 21435 scratch. Now entering the ring is Class 17. Class 17 is March females, born March 11th through 17th. Entry 296 is TSSLSA, Neil Lethal Lady. 297 is FSC Kit Kat. Entry 299 is BAYS Kelsey. Entry 300 is SL Crystal. Entry 301 is Ratliff Keep It Real. Entry 302 is NCC Confetti. And entry 303 is CELL Keeper. Once again, this is Class 17 in the ring. March 11th through 17th, Linflex females. We would like to also acknowledge the Mountjoy Board of Directors that have been working in the ring this morning. Earlier today, J.C. Smith was in the ring. We've got Eliza Trill, Lily Mitchell, Nikki Keaton. Samantha Moore has joined us in the ring. We appreciate, I think Michaela Askey was in the ring earlier. We appreciate the Mountjoy Board helping these young ones out and keeping these cattle moving, and all they've done all week.
another good class of these March Limflex females. And these top three, I think, are the ones that soared off and kind of worked their way up. And I guess the longer that we're out here, the two that just have a little more body and rib are the heifers that go 1 and 2 here in this particular class. The young lady's heifer I'm going to start with, for me, compositionally, she's a little more ideal. When you read her through her lower skeleton, I see this female to be just a little trimmer in her kind out here today. She's a better footed female that's deeper heeled than the one here in 2. Just a heifer that can really get out and move and flex off of both ends of her skeleton as well. I like the heifer in 2. She's long-bodied, long-hipped, got plenty of center body and dimension to her. She's a little fat for me out here today. Again, a little longer-toed and shallower heeled than I'd like to see. There's just a lot of shaking going on down there underneath. I'd like to see her a little trimmer, more ideal in her underline at this stage of the game, but she's still got a lot of miles ahead of her on down the road. I like the heifer in 3 as well. From a composition standpoint, she's more ideal than the heifer that goes second. For me, though, she's probably the one that just lacks as much body and rib as the heifers that go for 1 and 2. She's a little tighter through her heart, a little shallower through her rear rib and flank, but I appreciate the condition that she comes to us out here today. I like her on the go as well. Pretty nice calf. From there, there's a little sort amongst the cattle, some ones that got some structural issues for me out here today. I like the young lady's calf that's going to go in the 4th hole. She, to me, is a female that's got some shape and got some dimension of the remaining cattle. She's as flexible and fluid as any of them. She maybe doesn't balance up with the other heifers just in terms of style and eye appeal, but a pretty solid calf there to go in the middle of the class. I like the young lady's heifer next. Again, not lacking for having some shape and some dimension. She wants to get a little tighter in her spine, a little rounder out of her hip as she gets out and goes, but still a heifer that you appreciate for that extra muscle and power that she's got. Same can be said for the young lady's calf coming next. Again, the one that's not lacking for having some thickness and some dimension to her. Again, for me, though, just a little round, a little harder in her body type and her kind, just maybe not as coordinated off of those rear 2 as she gets out and goes either. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with is long-bodied and extended as any of them. Again, just a little tighter wound for me out here today, not soft enough in her overall body shape and dimension, but a good calf. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in that lineup.
And your result for Class 17, first place goes to entry 296, TSSL SA Neil Lethal, shown by Claire Sennett of Waytown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 301, Ratliff Keep It Real, shown by Sadie Edgers of Humboldt, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 297, FSC Kit Kat, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry 302, NCC Confetti, shown by Miranda Pinell of Cuba, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 299, Bays Kelsey, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Sixth place goes to entry 300, SL Crystal, shown by Kendall and Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And seventh place goes to entry 303, CELL Keeper, shown by Tavia Seymour of Nomnoster, Missouri. Following the program, order for Class 17 was 135. Turn your page, 6247. Now in the ring is class number 18. Class 18 has March females, born March 1st through March 7th. Entry 305 is CLAC Kiera. Entry 306 is CLBN Karma. Entry 307 is CVLN Knockout. Entry 308 is J6 Red Ruby. Entry 309 is CYWD Calliospell. Entry 312 is TASF Karen. Entry 314 is CELL Crush. And entry 315, CELL Keystone. Once again, this is Class 18, your March 1st through 7th Limflex females.
interesting class in this March lineup, and a pair of redheads to go ahead and lead off. We haven't seen many red ones today, but we brought a pair of really nice ones to go on the top end of this particular class. And within that pair, to me, that the heifer that we're going to go ahead and lead off and start with, there's just more cow there. She's built very similar to the heifer in 2, except there's just more of her. There's more bone, there's more body mass, there's more dimension. You know, there's times that, man, you want to talk about one that's neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. And young lady, I'm not going to try to tell you how to show one because you do a good job, but this thing gets it so elevated that I almost want to tell you to keep her head down. Hold her head down a little bit because it kind of throws her off ever so slightly. But man, from her shoulders back, this one opens up into a massive rib cage, an extremely long hip, goes to the ground with a lot of foot size and a lot of bone work. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder there on down the road as well. Just a lot to like in this one. Am I going to tell you that she's maybe a nickel straighter up front? She probably is, and that's what I say. When she holds her head so high, she wants to kind of camp out right there. That's a pretty good look of her from this angle. She wants to get her front feet out in front of her sometimes, but that one is awfully nice just in terms of how much cow power is packed onto that one's skeleton. I do like the red heifer. I think if you want one, and just in terms of how good put together and how correctly put together they are, I think this one's really nice. There just needs to be a little bit more of her. You know, I'm not afraid to use a moderate one, but she's on the borderline of kind of being there, but she is very well balanced. She's extremely good in terms of her condition and freshness out here today. I love her at the ground, you know, and that's where she works her way to the top of this class, and rightfully so gets an advantage over the heifer in 3, because the heifer in 3 is bigger and stouter and longer than her, but I just like this one so well in terms of her flexibility, in terms of her balance. That's what keeps her in this top pair. The black heifer in 3, you know, this one's kind of the wild card. You know, do you hedge her and you beat the little red one, or do you have to stick this one in 3rd? And today I just worked her down there a little bit. I don't think she balances up quite as well and behind her shoulder and through her fore rib. If she was just a nickel softer through that rear rib and flank, I think it gets really close. I do like this one on the move. I like her length of body, and I like her size out here in this class. Those are 3 quality heifers there at the top end. Not taking anything away from young man here in 4th. You know, this was a tough class from end to end to sort. I like this one's condition. I like her freshness, extremely flexible and athletic out here on the go. She too gets a little easy in her top, a little lower in her pin set, just not maybe the added punch and substance that we see in those cattle that stand in front of her. A young lady's heifer that's going to come to us next in line. Again, one that's extremely striking and eye-appealing. I like her through her front 1/3. Again, just not enough body, not enough rib and mass to run her up any higher. Just gets a little tubular in her design, but put together really well, good at the ground when you ask her to go. The black heifer that's coming out here next, a moderate, low-input, big-bodied one. Again, she just run into some heat. You know, you get a bad look at her every now and then. She's a little more excessive in the set and angle to that hind leg, but one that's going to go out and make a tremendous cow prospect for this gentleman on down the road. Black heifer coming to us next in line. A lot of the same can be said. Big-bodied, bold-sprung female. Again, just not as collective and athletic out on the move. Gets a little more rigid in the way she goes to the ground with them. And then our young man's red heifer, we're going to conclude, you know, as easy keeping and bold-sprung as any of them. I think from a composition standpoint, you'd like to freshen this one up. I think it would in turn kind of help loosen her skeleton out a little bit as she gets out and goes. Really good class from end to end. Not a bad calf in that entire lineup. Congratulations to all of them.
And the results for Class 18. First place goes to entry 314 CELL Crush, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Second place, entry 308 J6 Red Ruby, shown by Ben Spencer of Gidding, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 312 TOSF Karen, shown by Kenley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Fourth place goes to entry 306 COBN Carmen, shown by Colton Barton of Paris, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 305 COOC Kiora, shown by Langston Mitchell of Cassville, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 307 KBLN Knockout, shown by Justice Moser of Morris, Minnesota. Seventh place goes to entry 315, CELL Keystone, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. And eighth place goes to entry 309, CYWD, Caliasville, shown by Case Burkus of Holden, Missouri. Those of you following along in the program, Class 18's order was 546-283-17. Now in the ring, we have our class champions from Division 4. This will be our Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. From Class 13, we had entry 260, TUBB, MKMA, Katie. From Class 14, we had entry 268, PCC, JKSN, Fantasy. From Class 15, we had entry 278, GGCG, Katniss. From Class 16, entry 291, J6, Caitlin. From Class 17, we had entry 296, TSSL, SA, Neil Lethal Lady. And from Class 18, we had entry 314, CELL, Crush. Second places in the classes for Division 4. From Class 13, entry 261, SSUL Eden's Legend. From Class 14, entry 272, KMHS London Bridge. From Class 15, entry 274, Richardson's Kiki. From Class 16, entry 287, Shilling Cleopatra. From Class 17, entry 301, Ratliff Keep It Real. And from Class 18, entry 308, J6, Red Ruby. Once again, this is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
once again, let's start this division off by giving these young folks a big round of applause here in this March and April division. You know, got as many classes out here as any of them so far to pick from, and again, I think the quality runs extremely, extremely deep. I'm not going to go through and talk these. For me, I think there's a heifer out here just in terms of her balance, in terms of her flexibility, her composition out here today. You know, is she the biggest one? Probably not. Is she the stoutest one? Probably not. But I'm pretty confident that she is the best one out here just in terms of her build, in terms of the future that she offers. I think it gets closer for 2 and 3. I think a guy can do a few different things. But once again, let's put our hands together. I'll go out here and get you a top 3 in this lineup. Congratulations to all these young folks.
In your Division 4, Limplex champion is entry 291, coming out of Class 16, J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Given, Nebraska. And your Division 4 Reserve champion comes out of Class 18, entry 314, CELL Crush, shown by Taylor Simonson of London, Washington. And third overall comes out of Class 15, entry 278, GGCG Katniss, shown by Brennan Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Don't forget, Division and Reserve winners. You need to grab those thank you notes, fill those out as soon as possible, and pick up your prizes in the show ring. Prizes will not be released without that thank you written, but please write that and take care of those prizes as soon as possible. Moving right along, we start Division 5 with class number 19. Class 19 has February 19th through February 27th, Limplex females. Entry 316 is Ratliff Knockout. Entry 317 is J6 Caitlin. Entry 318 is Shilling Carmen. Entry 320 is ELCX Kiss. Entry 321 is TBG Spirit. And entry 323 is Auto Cal. Once again, this is class 19. Females born February 19th through 27th. Don't forget to go buy some Lemmy Booster basket raffle tickets. Support your Lemmy Boosters while you're watching the show. The Lemmy Boosters are supported by 2 fundraisers each year. The Lemmy Booster Preferred Seating Area and the Silent Auction and Basket Raffle. Funds are used to provide scholarships to juniors through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program. They provide grants to state associations and a gift to each exhibitor during opening ceremonies. The drawing for the baskets will be held after the Limplex show. So make sure you go by there, support your Lemmy Boosters, buy some raffle tickets, check out the meat baskets that each state has donated. The drawing will be after the Limflex show.
Really nice pair here on the top end of this particular drive, and a set of cattle that I think, there's some differences in these two, no doubt. For me, the young man's calf I'm going to use to start with, I think, again, it just starts maybe at the point of her shoulder and how it's laid onto her skeleton, a little smoother, a little more ideal in terms of the angle that it's set onto her there. She's tucked in better there and through her chest floor. Then you set these cattle into motion, and I think it's a wash. I think both of them get out and handle themselves extremely well. For me, the young man's calf is just a little nicer in terms of her balance, in terms of her style out here today. She's a little softer and deeper through that rear rib and flank, but like I said earlier, the big difference I see is just in terms of how that front shoulder is laid onto her skeleton. Now the young man's calf in two has got more muscle. She does. She's bigger topped, a little more turn and shape to her lower quarter. I'm not going to argue with you there, and yes, in turn, that comes with a little more shoulder, but we're splitting hairs out here today, and today I think the young man's calf up front to structurally is just a little more ideal for me. Not that this one in two doesn't get out and go the way she needs to, because I certainly think she handles her hind leg and hip as adequately as anything we've seen all day today. That's a high quality pair, guys, and it's just splitting hairs. I like both of them a great, great deal. The young lady's calf here in two is as long and deep and soggy as any of them. I appreciate a lot of those things about her. Of those initial two, she's just a little frailer, a little more refined there at the ground. She probably laid in a little better at her shoulder than the heifer that stands right above her, but she doesn't have those intangibles in terms of substance and mass there as she goes to the ground that we see in the heifers that stand first and second. I like the calf in four. I think just in terms of her lines, in terms of her balance, she's put together really nice. Just not enough cow there. She's a little harder bodied out here today, a little narrower made. That's not a big bad thing by any means, but today just wasn't quite her day. I think she's got some future ahead of her. You get a big calf in that one later on this fall and into the winter. She's got some things to appreciate. The young lady's heifer that's going to come to us next in line, a solid black calf. Again, dense and bold. She's got more body shape and dimension than even the one right in front of her. For me, she just doesn't maybe get out and hinge and flex the way I'd like to see her off of both ends, but still a quality calf. And then our red heifer that we're going to round out the class with, a little more frame, a little more length of body. Along with that, she gets to be just a little harder in her kind, a little plainer in her look, but a good lineup of cattle. Congratulations to all of them.
And the results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 316, Ratliff Knockout, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 320, ELCX Kissed, shown by Shane Kendall of Magnolia, North Carolina. Third place goes to entry 317, J6 Caitlin, shown by Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 321, TBG Spirit, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Fifth place goes to entry 323, Auto Cal, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And sixth place goes to entry 318, Schilling Carmen, shown by Justice Mosier of Morris, Minnesota. The order for Class 19 in your program is 136-245. Next in, Class 20, entry 324 is a scratch. Entry 325, D.L. Casper. Entry 327, DJ Carmen. Entry 328, C.B. Kettle Corn. And entry 330, J6 Caitlin. Class 20 is February 9th through 14th, Limplex females.
Another nice class of these February Limflex females, and an easy one for me to go ahead and lead off. Again, you know, she's not the biggest or the longest or the stoutest one out here, but she's by some margin the best built and the best balanced. I think just a real uniform type female. She's attractive enough up front. She's extremely good and collected there at the ground as she gets out and goes. Everything just fits together really good out here in this package. So a nice one to go ahead and lead off with. I like the young man's heifer here in second. I think of our remaining cattle, she's the one that offers a little more quality in terms of balance, in terms of her lines. She's better out of her hip. She goes to the ground the most ideal in regards to the set and the flex that she's got to her hock and her rear pastern, and yet she's still big-bodied and broody. Is she maybe as attractive and neat through her chest floor and just as trimmed out as the one that we used to start? Probably not, but there's a lot to like in her in terms of a future brood cow on down the road for this young man. The young man's black calf that's in third. I like her foot. I like her bone size. That hit me hard when she first come in the ring. I think when you ask this one to go, she collects herself. She collects her top line, but there at the stand, she's just a little coarser and easier, coarser over her tailhead and easier in her top. Got a little navel there underneath that throws her off ever so slightly, but a quality heifer there to fall into that third hole. And then our young lady's heifer are going to round out the class. Again, one that I like for as much muscle shape and turn and natural thickness as any of them that we've got out here, but at the same time, from a structural standpoint, I think she's the one that falls the shortest, and that's kind of where we worked her down to the bottom. But a good class. Congratulations to all those February Limflex exhibitors.
And your results for class number 20. First place goes to entry 330 J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 327 DJ Karma, shown by McCray Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Third place goes to entry 325 D.L. Casper, shown by Baron Strope of O'Neill, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to entry 328 CV Kettlecorn, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. If you're following in the program, Class 20's order was scratch, 3-2, turn the page, 4-1. Now in the ring, we have Class 21. Class 21 is Limflex females born February 1st through February 7th. We have entry 331, D.L. Kim. Entry 332, COBN Carly Ray. Entry 333, Legacies Kelly. Entry 334, PBRS Fantasy Carrot. Entry 335, CELL Keepin' Kind. Entry 336, GCC Keisha. Entry 337, SHSK Laura Croft. Entry 338, DJ Catch. And entry 339, CELL Karma. Once again, this is class 21. Females born February 1st through February 7th. Once again, don't forget to stop by the Winter Booster table, buy your raffle tickets, check over the baskets that the states have donated, support your Winter Boosters. Remind your friends and families back home that they can watch our live broadcast from liveauctions.tv. And stop by and purchase a t-shirt. Those are on sale for $10 now. All the show shirts, what we have left over. Mom and Dad, now just $50. Those are now $10 over by the awards table.
Tremendous class out here, guys, in this lineup from end to end. There's not a bad one out here, and I truly, truly do mean that. And these top two heifers, I think, are extremely high-quality individuals. For me, the young man's calf that we're going to go ahead and lead off, you know, you might have heard me say it earlier, I'm a sucker for a good slick one. And this is a good slick one. This would be my definition of that. Just so comfortable and so fluid when she gets out on the go. This thing can really motor and just sets them down with so much comfort and ease. She looks like she's just floating out here, and yet she still gives you presence. She still gives you a real-world cow look about her when you view her through the center part of her skeleton. Fresh in her condition, just a whole lot to like. Again, ideally, there's heifers that stand 3, 4, and 5 that are bigger than both of these two out here. Ideally, I'd make her maybe a shot bigger. But I tell you what, when they're put together that nice and that neat, it's hard to get around them. I think that one is just ultra high quality. I like this calf here in 2. These guys have gotten her presented to the 9s, and I appreciate that. For me, the way I read her compared to our class winner, she is a little straighter through her shoulder, and when you set them out on the go, you can kind of see it through her spine. She's just a little tighter in her spine, wants to kind of keep her tail head up ever so slightly, but that is a extremely high-quality pair of females right there as they exit the ring. My compliments to both of those exhibitors. From there, there's some sorting the cattle, and the longer we were out here, this young man's female just kind of kept growing on me. She doesn't overwhelm you. She doesn't wow you in any one particular area, but man, she is big-bodied. She is broody. I think at this stage of the game, he's done a pretty good job of keeping her in the right kind of shape and the right kind of condition. Although in relation to those two that start, she is pushing a little more chest up front. She's got a little more pone up there around her tail head, but still that one has a lot of cow power and yet can still get out and flex good enough out here in the ring, one that I like a great deal. The young lady's calf here in 4, I think a lot like her in terms of foot size and bone. She's as good as any of them. In relation to those first 3, she does have the most shoulder. She's a little easier in her top and broken there in her loin, but still a quality female that you like for her length of body and her overall volume. I like this heifer coming out here next. So when they first came to the ring, I thought, this one's competing to win the class. She's got the right kind of look. She's got the right kind of rib shape when you view her from the profile here. The longer I study her, though, I read this one to probably be the narrowest chested, really the flattest through her quarter. Just doesn't have that natural width and thickness from end to end that I see in some of those other cattle. Young lady's female coming next in line. Again, I like her shape. I like her curvature through her center skeleton. She, in relation to those ones that go out in front of her, again, just maybe gets a little frailer boned, a little more excessive in the set to that hind leg in terms of how she uses it, but a functional type female that's got some things to offer. And our calf that we're going to bring out next, again, I think just from a structural standpoint, these bottom 3 were the ones I could kind of peel off and find a few more issues with. Of those remaining 3, I like this one's look. I like her rib shape and her foot size to kind of keep her off the bottom. Young man's calf is going to come to us next. Big-bodied, bold-sprung one. Just gets a little too plain out here today for me. And then our calf we're going to round out the class with, I think, the one that's probably just the tightest, most restricted in her movement. I like her muscle shape. I like her length of body out here. A really, really good class from end to end. Give those guys a nice big round of applause for a tremendous class.
In your results for class 21, first place goes to entry 336, GCC Keisha, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Second place goes to entry 339, CELL Karma, shown by Sutton Hennessy of Delax, Nebraska, North Dakota. Third place goes to entry 338, DJ Catch, shown by Roddy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fourth place goes to entry 334, PBRS Fantasy Carrot, shown by Tinley Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 337, SHSK Laura Croft, shown by Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 333, Legacies Kelly, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Seventh place goes to entry 332, COVN Carly Ray, shown by Sierra Raffo of Paris, Missouri. 8th place goes to entry 335, CELL Keeping Kind, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. And 9th place goes to entry 331, VL Kim, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Shadron, Nebraska. In the program, the order for Class 21 was 976-481-532. Now entering the ring, we have Class 22. Class 22 is January 20th through 31st, Limplex females. Entry 340 is JKOS, Machete. Entry 342, DJ Kiss This. Entry 343, BLEE, Kendra Scott. Entry 344, Ratliff, Keep Up the Charm. Entry 345, CLAC, Kylie. Entry 346, FWLY, LHC, King 2. And entry 347, RGMA, Kim. Once again, this is Class 22 in the ring. This is Limplex females born January 20th through 31st.
Another nice lineup of these January Limflex females, and I'm going to go ahead and use this young man in the cowboy hat to go ahead and lead off. This one hit me hard when she first come in, just in terms of the presence that she's got in the ring, the flexibility that she has at the ground, and yet she still couples that by probably being the best balanced in terms of just the way her rib cage is laid onto her skeleton. She's bowled through her forerib and carries that back through that rear rib and flank. I just like the shape and the curvature that she's got to her underline to go ahead and give her the nod in this class. I like the young lady's calf here in second as well. I think from a structural standpoint, she's the one that most likely follows that class winner. She's the one that's got some ring presence and some style about her. There's times, though, I can pick her apart just a little bit. I think she gets a little weaker there in her loin and kind of cranks her tail head up ever so slightly. Not quite as just soft and shapely through her underline as the one that we go ahead and lead off with, but that's a good pair there on the top end. Some sort from 3 on down, you know, and I wouldn't argue with you if you change things up a little bit. I just like the added power and mass and build that this young lady's calf has got here. Is she as attractive and neat and well balanced as the ones that go first and second? No, she's not, but I tell you what, she could raise one on down the road. She's big-footed, heavy-boned. She's got as much muscle and thickness to her as any of them. There's just a lot of cow there to appreciate. The young lady here that's going to come out in fourth, you know, this one gets the presentation award, and I hate to say that, but she's presented extremely well out here. This is a good calf. I think she's built extremely well, built as good as any of them. I just don't know if there's just ever going to be quite enough of her in the end, and she may fool me and hit a growth spurt. I hope she does, because if she does, she's put together the right way. She's well balanced, she's attractive and neat. I just want to see a little more of her to work her up any higher out here today, but an extremely high quality individual. Young lady's heifer next, from the shoulders back, big body, beauty one. You like that maternal look that she gives you, just a little too plain, a little too over-conditioned in relation to some of those other cattle out here, but a quality female. Now, our young lady's white flank one is going to come next. I think at the stand, a female that gives you a look in terms of being good in her lines, long and level out of her hip. You set them into motion, those where I just get a little bit disappointed, just a little too straight on both ends of that skeleton. And the same can be said for our heifer we're going to round out the class with. You know, we've said it a few times today. This one's got muscle, she's got power, but just her structural build is not as well put together as I'd like to see it. But a good lineup. Congratulations to all those exhibitors as well.
And the results for Class 22. First place goes to entry 344, Ratliff, Keep Up the Charm, shown by Trey Spalkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Second place, entry 345, CLAC Kylie, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry 346, FWLY LHC Cam 2, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynestown, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 340, JKOS Vashti, shown by Lacey Ory of Indiana, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 342, DJ Kiss This, shown by Paige Duncan of Chehalis, Washington. Sixth place, entry 347, RGMA Kim, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. And seventh place, entry 343, BLEE Kendra Scott, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. If you are in the program following along, Class 22 began, order was number 4, turn your page, 571236. Now in the wing, we have Class 23. Class 23 is January 2nd through January 10th, females. We have entry 348, MAWN, Knoxley. Entry 349, CHAC, Kinney. Entry 351, FSC, Canna. Entry 352, FSC, Cora. And entry 353, Spring Creek, Kelsey. Once again, this is Class 23, females 1, January 2nd through 10th.
out here in this January class. Again, I think for me, just a logical place to go ahead and lead off with. I think when the Heifers came to the ring, she hit me as the one that, this one's got some look, yet she's sound, she's flexible, she's fresh enough out here today. I'm not going to tell you that she's perfect. No, I'd like to maybe just level her out in her top line and kind of see her tailhead set into her just a little bit better than what it does. But in this class, I think she wins handily. That's a nice heifer when you study her just out on the move. The young lady's calf in 2 is as stout and powerful and bold as any of them we've seen today. With that, though, she does get just a little coarser on both ends of that skeleton, a little bigger, just like to refine her head and kind of tone her down a little bit there. But that one's got a lot of substance and mass to appreciate. The black heifer that's coming to us next in line, this is a good structured one that's flexible and sound when you get them out on the go. I think of those first 2, she's a little poorly balanced. She's got a little more navel there underneath. She gets a little flatter side, more so through her quarter in relation to both of those heifers that stand right above her. I like the look and the style of the young man's calf that's coming out here next in line. I think one that's extremely elegant and feminine in her kind. Along with that, though, she does get a little frailer, just a little more refined from end to end and all the way through, but one that gives you a tremendous look, has some presence and some style out here in the ring. I do appreciate those things about her. And then our red heifer that we're going to conclude the class, again, long, extended, easy keeping type of female, just a little too straight on both ends of that skeleton, like to just belly her down a little bit as well. But a good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And your results for Class 23. First place goes to entry 352, FSC Cora, shown by Bevan Bershey of Oneida, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 351, FSC Canna, shown by Clara Chappell of Urbanus, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 348, MAWM, Knoxley, shown by Gracie Bankston of Mansfield, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 349, CHAC Kimmie, shown by Logan Zashry of Dayton, Texas. And fifth place goes to entry 353, Spring Creek Kelsey, shown by Reed Mitchell of Basketball, Wisconsin. Now in the ring, we have our Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall selections. From Class 19, first place, entry 316, Ratliff, Knockout. From Class 20, we have entry 330, J6, Caitlin. From Class 21, we have entry 336, GCC, Keisha. From Class 22, we have entry 334, Ratliff, Keep Up the Charm. From Class 23, we have entry 352, FSC, Cora. Our second in each class for Division 5, from Class 19, entry 320, ELCX, KIST. From Class 20, we have entry 327, DJ Karma. From Class 21, we have entry 339, CELL, Karma. From Class 22, we have entry 345, CLAC, Kylie. And from Class 23, we have entry 351, FSC, Canna. Once again, this is your Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Well, once again, let's put our hands together for these January and February yearling exhibitors. Again, I think we've got 5 extremely high-quality class winners and some very well-respected seconds over there, and there's a couple of them that can sneak into this deal, so don't think just because you're on the far side that you're out of contention, because there's a couple of them that I like a great deal. Again, I'm not going to go back through and talk these things. I think the classes were competitive, and they spoke for themselves out there. You know, they come back to you. You know, you never know exactly how they're going to stack up against, but I know that I'm certainly pleased with the look that they're giving me out here today. Yeah, to me, there is a heifer that just kind of suits me a great deal in terms of type and kind and freshness and look. And again, I think structural soundness is extremely important, and she does all those things to the nines for me out here today. I think it still becomes pretty logical for 2 and 3 to follow right in behind. So I think this is an awesome lineup of division or class winners, that we bring back out here. I'll go out here and line them up for you. If you would, give these guys another big hand. I'll show you how I like them.
In the Division 5, Linflex champion comes out of Class 21. Entry 336, GCC Keisha, shown by John Crawford of Big Bull, Maryland. In the Division 5 Reserve champion comes out of Class 21 again. Entry 339, CELL Karma, shown by Sutton Hennessy of Des Lacs, North Dakota. In Division 5, third overall comes out of Class 19, entry 316, Ratliff Knockout, shown by Trace Balkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. We are taking just a 2-minute break real quick. While we're taking just a quick break, remember, if you want to get your carcass results from the Progress Steer Show, those are available. I have some up here at the announcer stand, and there's some back there on one of those tables. Don't forget to stop and grab you a t-shirt. They're on sale for $10. We have the show shirts, the showmanship shirts. There's some Nalgia 50 years still available. $10. The table over by the awards. Sizes are limited. Make sure you go by and check out the state baskets that the Limousin boosters are auctioning off and raffling. Buy yourself some tickets, support your Lemmy Boosters who support our juniors with Donna Etherton scholarships, grants, and gifts to exhibitors. Don't forget that drawing will be held immediately after this first Limplex show. Your friends and family can watch online through liveauctions.tv. And please support our facilities concession stands. They are open and available. Moving right along, we are now on our last division. This is Division 6, starting off with Class 24. Class 24 has 2 entries. These are entry 355, a December 3rd female, LDIL Jade, and entry 356, a December 2nd female, CELL Jazzy. Once again, this is Class 24 in the ring.
As we get started on these senior yearlings, a pair of December females that these two young ladies bring to us. And the one up here I'm going to start with, we're going to leave them just like they came in the ring. Again, I think just from a flexibility standpoint, from a body mass and dimension standpoint, this heifer for me, I think wins so rather handily. Now the heifer in second, she's got a little more foot size, a little more stoutness of bone. I like the muscle shape and the curvature that she's got to her skeleton, but with that, she just gets a little straighter, gets a little lower fronted, just not as put together as nice and neatly as the one that we used to start with, but a good way to start off our senior yearling lineups. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
And the results for Class 24. First place goes to entry 355 LDIL Jade, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 356 CELL Jazzy, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. If you're following in the program, Class 24's order was 1, 2. Now entering the ring, we have Class 25. Class 25 is November females, born November 3rd through November 26th. Entry 357 is LFL Joyce. Entry 359 is ELCX Just in Time. Entry 361 is ELCX Jazzed Up. Entry 363 is HEBB Juicy. Entry 364 was a scratch. And entry 365 is NKLN 1105J. Once again, these are November 3rd through 26 females, Class 25.
two extremely high-quality individuals here on the top end of this November class, and they come from different ends of the spectrum. I'm not going to be the one to tell you any different. The heifer I'm going to start with, to me, just reads a little truer in terms of her width, in terms of her dimension from end to end. You get on top of these cattle, and she's a little bigger backed. She's stouter and wider there at her pin set. She goes to the ground with just more authority in terms of how she works off of that width, the base, and through her chest floor. Is she as bred up as early as this one here in second? Nope, she's not. I wish she was. It'd make it a lot easier for me out here today, but as I study these things and evaluate them, she not only does she look like a female and look like a lady, but she's got more muscle, she's got more dimension in turn to her skeleton from end to end. The one in second, she's big-bodied. Yeah, I give you that. She's bred up early. She's showing a nice udder. I appreciate all those things about her. She can get out and move and fill her track, but she is a little narrower top. She's a little lighter muscled and frailer boned, and that's the pair of cattle out there today. You can do them a little different if you want. I got no problem with it, but I do like them to have just a shot more muscle and true width there underneath. But I like both of them a great deal, and I appreciate that one in second being ready. The young lady's heifer here in third, you draw a line after that. No offense to the remaining cattle, but this one just doesn't compare to the quality that we've got in 1 and 2. She's big-topped, stout-hip, just a little out of balance. Our young man's calf that's coming out here next in line, I like the shape and the dimension she's got. She just gets a little poor structured, a little out of balance as well. And then our browner tinge heifer that we're going to round out the class with, long-bodied, extended one, just gets a little too frail, a little too hard for me out here today. But a good class. Congratulations to all of them.
And the results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 365 MKLN 1105J, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 361 ELCX Jazzed Up, shown by Delayla Lover from Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry 359 ELCX Just in Time, shown by Macy Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Fourth place goes to entry 363 HEBBGC, shown by Easton Dozier of Talala, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 357 LFL Joyce, shown by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 25 was 5324, scratch 1. Next in is Class 26. Class 26 is October 2nd through October 19th, one-flex females. Entry 367 is LVIL-JV. Entry 368 is SL, Just a Dream. Entry 369 is Auto Jelly. And entry 371 is KMHS Jimmer. Once again, these are October 2nd through 19th, females, Class 26 in the ring. There has been a cell phone turned in. It was left in the women's restroom behind the bleachers. If you're missing a cell phone, it's got a real cute little baby as a cover photo. If you're missing a cell phone, it is up here at the announcer's table.
Another nice class of senior yearlings here, and this one kind of shook out like the last one. You know, the heifer that we're going to use to start with, for me, just a little truer from end to end in terms of base width and natural thickness all the way through. Again, she's not bred up quite as early, but there's still plenty of shape, plenty of dimension in this female. I like how she gets out and goes and fills her track. She's extremely fresh, and they've done a good job maintaining this one up to this point, so congratulations to that young lady. I like the cow power in the young lady's heifer here, and too, I think on her center part of her body back, you really appreciate her. She's deep and soft and dropping a nice udder there underneath. She does get a little flatter in her muscle shape back through that hip and through her quarter. Doesn't maybe balance up and have quite the style and eye appeal up front as the heifer that we used to start. She's got a little more chest, kind of throws her out there just a little bit, but that's a good pair of cattle there on the top end. The one here in third's no slouch. I think this female has got as much potential as any of them. Extremely bold sprung and long-sided. She gets a little frailer boned, a little plainer and coarser up through her shoulder and through the base of her chest floor there, but a quality female. And then her heifer that we round out the class with, you know, it's a shame that this one's kind of got to stand at the bottom out here. There's a lot of classes that she'd have been right in the middle of the road or in the hunt, just run into some competition. But this one's good in her top line, long and level out of her hip. I think of this class, for me, she's the one I'd probably change the most structurally out here today. But a good lineup. Congratulations to those class winners.
Your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 371, KNHS Jenna, shown by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 367, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 369, Auto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. And fourth place goes to entry 368, SL Just a Dream, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Next in, we have Class 27. Class 27 is September 12th through September 18th, females. We have entry 374, Barry's Jewel. Entry 375, PCOL Jessie. Entry 376 was a scratch. Entry 377, AUPF Jasmine. Once again, this is Class 27 in the ring, September 12th through 18th, Limousin Limflex females. Don't forget, at the conclusion of this show, the Limousin boosters will be drawing for the basket. So if you've bought some tickets, go get them in whatever basket you're wanting to draw for. And if you haven't bought your tickets, get over there and get you some tickets. Support our Limousin boosters.
good class of September females here in this senior yearling lineup, and I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's effort and just kind of keep them like they came into the ring. And from a broadcast standpoint, I think this one's big-bodied. She's bold-sprung. She works off of a wide base. You know, I'd like to freshen her up just a little bit. It's hard to keep them skinny at this stage of the game when they're real easy keeping and good ones, and she is. You know, she could use a shot of bone as well to go along with it, but that's a long-bodied, powerful one that's going to make a nice female when she gets into production. Our young lady's calf is going to come out here next in line. I think most likely follows her just in terms of having a little extra presence and style and look out here in the ring. You know, she maybe just doesn't reach and flex as neatly and comfortably as the one that leads off the class and doesn't have that extra width and power that we see in her. But I like her lines. I like her look. I like the confirmation that she comes to us out here today. Our young man's a female that we're going to round out the class with, certainly springing up there underneath. Appreciate that about her. I would like to maybe just see that other a little more uniform as it's coming in ever so slightly, but that one's got some rib shape. She's fresh in her kind. Appreciate those things about her. She too will make a nice cow for this young man on down the road. Congratulations.
And the results for Class 27. First place goes to entry 374, Barry's Jewel, shown by Ryland Bear of Culver, Oregon. Second place goes to entry 375, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Cullen of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 377, AUPH Jasmine, shown by Austin Hunt of Frona, Missouri. If you're following in the program, Class 27's order was 1, 2, scratch, 3. Next class, and the last class of the day, is Class 28. Class 28 is September 2nd through September 10th females. We have entry 378, HBWR Whiskey. Entry 379, TT Jaybird. Entry 380, FC Justa. And entry 382, CELL Jesse. Once again, this is Class 28. Linflex females born September 2nd through September 10th.
This way to end our last class here in our senior yearling lineup, and we'll get right into division. But I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's calf to start. Again, I think you get in behind these cattle, and she just has a little more width to her pins, shape down through her lower quarter, has a little more width of base from end to end. Again, another one that's maybe not bred up quite as early as I'd ideally like to see, but she's fresh in her condition. She's good in her chest floor. You put this one into motion, I think she can really get out and reach and cover her track on both ends of that skeleton. I like the length of hip. I like the foot size of the young lady's heifer here in second. Again, you know, she just gets a little flatter there through that rear quarter, wants to narrow up ever so slightly as she goes away from you. She doesn't maybe balance up quite as neatly either from the profile. She's a little lower fronted, a little deeper chested, but it's still a quality heifer there to go in that second hole. Young lady's heifer that's going to make the turn here and come out in third. I like this heifer just in terms of her foot size and her bone work. I don't think she's got enough body and enough mass to run with those ones that go 1 and 2, but still a quality female that you like just from a structural soundness standpoint and look that she offers you out here in the ring. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with probably does have a little more depth, a little more rib shape to her than the one even right in front of her. For me though, she gets a little frailer, gets a little more uncoordinated, just a little more restricted in how she handles those rear two when you ask her to lead. But a real nice class. Congratulations to all of them.
And the results for Class 28. First place goes to entry 379, TT Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place goes to entry 378, HBWR Whiskey, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry 382, CELL Jesse, shown by Carly Favor of Marshville, Missouri. And fourth place goes to entry 380, FC Justa, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. If you were following along in the program, the order for Class 28 was 214. Turn your page. 3. Now we have in our Division 6 Champion Reserve and third overall selections. We have our first places for Division 6. From Class 24, entry 355, LDIL Job. From Class 25, entry 365, NKLN 1105J. From Class 26, we have entry 371, KMHS Gemma. From Class 27, we have entry 374, Barry's Jewel. And from Class 28, entry 379, TT Jaybird. Next in, we have our second place placings in each class. Class 24, second place was 356, CELL Jazzy. From Class 25, it was entry 361, ELCX Jazzed Up. From Class 26, we have entry 367, LDIL Jovi. From Class 27, we have entry 375, PCOL Jesse. And from Class 28, we have entry 378, HBWR Whiskey. Once again, this is your Division 6, Linflex Champion Reserve and third overall selection. This is our last division. After this, we will be having our Grand Champion Drive.
what a way to wrap up this last division here, your Limflex show, and to say I'm pleased is an understatement with the group that we bring back out here. You know, maybe not quite as much consistency just because we didn't have as many maybe to work with, but I think the best cattle sorted their way to the top. I've been trying to pick the elite structured ones all day long that look like ladies and look like females, but yet they still got to have a little something to them. And I think we've been able to hold true to that out here in this particular lineup. Again, from end to end, I'm certainly pleased with the group that we've got out here. I'm not going to talk each and every one of them, but again, there's one that stands out to me just in terms of being impeccable in regards to structure, freshness, and look and balance out here today with what we've done so far up to this point. And I think it gets pretty close between a pair of them to rival for that second hole and logically fall in the third. So if you would, give these young exhibitors a big hand. I'll go out here and show you how I like them.
Your Division 6 Limflex champion is entry 365, NKLN 1105J, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And your Division 6 Reserve Champion is entry 371, KNHS Gemma, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And third overall is entry 361, ELCX Jazzed Up, shown by Delata Lava of Hillsboro, Ohio. We are now ready for Limflex Grand Champion Drive. Coming in from Division 1, entry 190, GCC Click. From Division 2, entry 222, HB Fancy. From Division 3, entry 239, ELCX Kate. From Division 4, entry 291, J6 Caitlin. From Division 5, entry 336, GCC Keisha. And from Division 6, entry 365, NKLN 1105. your reserves in each division. From Division 1, entry 182, ELCX, Keisha. From Division 2, entry 220, MINO, Calamity Jane. Reserved from Division 3, entry 228, SC Cora. From Division 4, your reserve was entry 314, CELL Crush. From Division 5, your reserve was 339, CELL Karma. And from Division 6, entry 371, KMHS Gemma. Once again, this is your Limflex Champion Drive. We will be picking a champion, grand champion, and 3, 4, 5 overall. So we will be picking the top 5.
I'd like to take a moment and say thank you to each and every one of you that supported the Lemmy Booster State Basket raffle. Here's a list of our winners: Samantha Moore, Jennifer Phillips, Super C, the Corns family, Angela Askey, Juckerman of Missouri, Portwoods, the Massey family, Satcheries, Kathy Brooks, Brenda Thomas, Danae Stein, Amy Gazaway, Gail B., and Natalie Schneider. So again, thank you for your support of the Lemmy Boosters.
Well, guys, let's start off by giving these young folks a huge round of applause. I think an absolute incredible show. I know we still have the purebreds to get through, and the purebred cattle are definitely something that I'm passionate about, regardless of breed. Without them, you couldn't make these cattle. And I'm a believer that it still takes good purebreds to produce good crosses. And you know, I don't know the pedigrees on any of these out here, but if I beg to differ, I'd say that a lot of these are probably out of higher percentage cows, or at least I would just assume that. I know, and with what we try to do, it seems like the purebred cattle, you just get a little more heterosis, a little more hybrid vigor when you're crossing those kind of cattle up. And so again, I'm certainly passionate about the purebred cattle. But man, these limb flexes are fun to look at, and they're fun to evaluate. You know, I think each and every one of these out here are almost carbon copies in the same types and kinds. I think they're cattle that look like females. They start at the ground with a good sound structural base. They've got some foot, they've got some bone underneath them, and yet they still work off of some with the skeleton, some real muscle and power. These are continental cattle at heart, and we don't need to lose track. They don't all have to look like Angus every single day of the week, and I do mean that, and I'm certainly pleased with the lineup of cattle that we've got out here. You know, like I said, I know we still got the other show to get to, but there's definitely always a lot of thank yous that I probably need to say them first, because I can get to where I might forget some folks, but you know, I want to thank my family for taking care of things at home for me. It's hard to be gone. I told her I wasn't going to get choked up, but it's just hard to do. This kind of stuff does mean a lot to me. I really don't think there's a better place to raise young folks, especially in this crazy world that we live in today. You know, each of you need to go home, and well, you don't have to do it at home. You can do it here. Thank your parents, thank the breeders, thank the guys that helped you to get here. You don't realize how fortunate you are, because the world that we live in is not friendly, and you'll make friends at this deal that'll last a lifetime. I ain't gonna talk these cows, but there is a pair of them that I think are extreme elite, just in terms of how they're built. Today, one's probably a little more ready than the other. But this is a tremendous lineup, and again, let's give these kids a big, big hand. I'll show you how I like them.
And your grand champion, Limb Flex Female, comes out of Division 3, entry 239 ELCX Kate, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion, Limb Flex Female, comes out of Division 6, entry 365 NKLN 1105J, and by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Third place overall win flex female comes out of Division 6, entry 371, KMHS Gemma, shown by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Remember we are picking a top 5. Your fourth overall Limflex female comes out of Division 1, entry 190, GCC Click, owned by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And fifth overall Limflex female comes out of Division 5, entry 336, GCC Keisha, also owned by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. That concludes our Limflex show. Let's give another round of applause to today's judge, Mr. Zach Butler. We will be taking a picture break before we begin our Limousin female show. So once again, we'll take a picture break before we begin our purebred show. Don't forget, all division reserve winners, grand champion reserves, you need to make sure you get your thank you notes, fill those out as quickly as possible to turn in for your prizes. Prizes will not be released without a thank you note written. Please try to grab those and do those before you make your way back to the barn even. Don't forget, we have some t-shirts still over there. While we're waiting in between shows, go grab you a $10 t-shirt. Any exhibitor that submitted a photo or a magazine ad, you are welcome to go get those off the back wall. Don't forget to grab your magazine ads, your photos, and state boards even. You are welcome to go get those so that you don't forget them at the end of the show. We are now beginning our purebred Limousin female show. We start off with a single entry class. Class number 29 is entry 385, Spring Creek, Lou May. This is a January 2nd Limousin female.
As we get started in our purebred show, I hope some of our crowd comes back to kind of watch this as we work through the rest of the afternoon. And a good way to start off, this young lady brings us a January heifer calf. I like her length, I like her extension, I like her pattern here at the profile. You know, she's going to need a little more time just to kind of get to where she needs to be in the end, but I think a good project for this young lady to work with throughout the year. Congratulations.
Results for Class 29, first place goes to entry 385, Spring Creek Lou May, shown by Violet Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Next in the ring is December 2nd through 22nd females. This is Class 30. Entry 386, XKLX Karma, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Entry 388, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
Nice pair of these December heifer calves here, and I think both of them are really good structured. They're really sound. They're flexible. They both give you a good look. Within that pair, though, there's an obvious winner for me just in terms of the extra bloom and power and punch that she's got. Really bold in her rib cage and just so well designed. A female that I like a great deal. If I'm not going to call her the best one we're going to see all day because I know we got a lot of cattle to get through. But if they keep getting better, purebred show is going to be extremely fun. Congratulations to that young man on his class winner. The second place heifer, like we talked, I like her angles, I like her look. She just got, she's a little behind in relation to the one that we used to start with, and that's okay at this age of the game. I certainly don't mind a sleeper, and this one's put together good enough if she does the right things and kind of fills out and puts on some condition in the right places. She's going to be ultra competitive on down the road. Good pair of purebred females. Congratulations to them.
And the results for Class 30. First place goes to entry 388, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 386, XKLX Karma, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Next in the ring, we have Class 31. Class 31 is November 17th and 20th, purebred females. Entry 390, NKJN ELCX Charmer, and entry 391, KCBY Kate Candu. Entry 389 and 392 were scratches in Class 31. Once again, this is November 17th and 20th females.
Nice pair of November heifer calves here, and much like that last class, I think both are good structured, they're good balanced females that are correct in terms of their lines and have a good design about them. Within this pair, though, the young ladies heifer calf I'm used to start with, once again, there's just more rib, more volume, more dimension in this female at this stage of the game. I like that one a great deal to go ahead and lead off with. The young man's heifer calf here in second. I like her shape. I like her structural soundness. Again, just so green in her kind, and that's okay to hear today. You know, I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. Be interesting to see how those turn out on down the road. But good pair of cattle there in our fall purebred class.
And the results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 390, MKJN ELCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. In second place goes to entry 391, KCBY Kate Candu, shown by Shane Kendall of Magnolia, North Carolina. If you're following in the program, Class 31 was Scratch, 1-2, Scratch. Next in is Class 32. Class 32 is November 2nd through November 8th females. We have entry 394, LFLC Kickstar. Entry 395, TASF Kerrigan. Entry 396, SRFZ Kendall. And entry 397, LLKT Kiera. Once again, this is Class 32 in the ring.
Nice class of these four fall-born females that we've got out here to evaluate. And you know, when this one came to the ring initially, she tried to get away. She spun around sideways, about knocked this young lady down, and she held on, and she kind of acted like an idiot there for another pass or two. But as she has settled down, she comes together really, really nice. I'll be honest, when I first kind of saw her, I thought, well, she's a little tight in her spine. She's a little uncoordinated from behind. But when she relaxes, this heifer is actually put together pretty nice in terms of her structural soundness and her flexibility. I think she's the most youthful female that we've got out here, just in terms of her maturity pattern. When you study her up through her head and neck, I like her lines and I like her balance. I think that one's awfully nice to go ahead and start. The pair for me to sort's 2 and 3, and there's a little give and take. I like the extra length and extension of this young man's calf here in 2 compared to the one there in the 3rd hole. I think in relation to our class winner, this one does read a little straighter about her shoulder there up front, but still I like that youthful, elegant look with some style that she's got out here to keep her in that 2nd hole. The young lady here in 3rd, this one's one that hit me hard initially. I think there's just a lot to her. She's big top, thick-ended, and bold through her center body and rib. The longer I evaluate her, she just wants to get a nickel rounder, nickel courser for me, a little plainer up front. Like to set her tail head down into her skeleton just ever so slightly. But those first 3 are really, really nice. Not taking anything away from Cowboy here at the end. He's doing a good job. He answered the question for me just right away. I appreciate the enthusiasm. He's having a heck of a time out here. You got a nice calf, big-bodied, sound. Hang on, see, cowboy stuff. Attaboy. I like her body. I like her rib shape. You know, she gets a little plainer compared to some of those other cattle, but young man's doing a good job. Let's give him a big round of applause there in that class.
And your results for Class 32. First place goes to entry 395, TASF Kerrigan, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Second place goes to entry 396, SRFZ Kendall, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Third place goes to entry 397, LLKT Kiora, shown by Kim Renee Thomas of Wolford, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 394, LFLC Kickstar, shown by Baylor Ludens of Hurley, South Dakota. Following in the program, Class 32's order was 4-1. Turn the page to 3. Now we are doing our Division I selection, Division I champion, reserve, and 3rd overall. Coming in first from Class 29 is entry 385, Spring Creek League May. From Class 30, entry 388, PC Apple Deluxe. From Class 31, entry 390, NKJN ELCX Charmer. From Class 32, entry 395, TASF Kerrigan. Second place in classes, Class 30, entry 386, XKLX Carmen. Class 31, entry 391, KCBY Kate Candu. And from Class 32, entry 396, SRFZ Kendall. Once again, this is your Division I champion, reserve, and 3rd overall selection.
Nice first division here in our purebred show as we get into some of these fall heifer calves out here. And, you know, I'll be honest with you. For me, it comes down to the 2 out here in the middle. I think they're just the ones that are a little bigger bodied. They stand down on a little more foot and bone. They're cattle that get around the ring a little more collected as they get out and go. And I like both of them a great deal. I think maybe the heifer out of that 2nd class is a little neater there at the top side of her neck and a little better there down through her chest floor. You get in behind them too, and I think she's one that's just got a little more length back through her stifle and lower quarter. But I like the heifer in 2nd, the heifer out of this 3rd class here that stands right behind her. This one's big-footed, stout bone, got plenty of shape and power with her as well. So an interesting pair. I'll go out here and show you how I like them and get you a 3rd to follow up as well. But let's give these fall calf exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And your Division I Limousin champion is entry 388, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your Division I Reserve champion is entry 390, MKJM ESCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. And your Division I third overall is entry 395, TASF Kerrigan, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Next in is Class 33 of our purebred females. These are October 3rd through October 17th females. Entry 398 is CBHS Kara. Entry 399 is Auto KLS Kara. And entry 400 is LLKT Kimber. Once again, this is Class 33.
Three Octobers here for us to evaluate, and I'm going to go ahead and use this young man here that's going to bring this heifer around. I think, again, just in terms of this one's added substance and foot and bone, she excels out here in this lineup. She's big-bodied. She's maternal through the center part of her skeleton. Still gives you a good enough look up front. You know, if I was going to change her in any one way majorly, I'd just set that tail head down into her ever so slightly. But this one's built really, really nice in terms of her flexibility and just her width and dimension all the way through. The pair to sort for me was chain 2 and 3. I see just a shot more future in the young lady's heifer there in 2. I think she starts at the ground with a little more substance. I think from there up, she gets out and just flexes a little better there from behind. She's still plenty green, and again, that's okay at this age. I'm not going to discount her for that by any means, but she is giving up just some overall mass and power to heifers there on either side of her, but still, that's a quality female that's just built really nice. Our young man's calf is going to be third, you know, and you can make an argument for first with this one. She's as big-bodied and easy-fleshed and bold-centered as any of them. I'd just like to give her a little more foot and maybe freshen her up ever so slightly at this stage of the game, but a nice heifer. 3 real good calves there in that lineup. Congratulations to all of them.
And your results for Class 33. First place goes to entry 399, Auto KLS Kira. Second place goes to entry 400, LLKT Kimber, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And third place goes to entry 398, CBHS Kara, shown by Corbin Bacchus of Holden, Missouri. Class 33's order in your program was 312. Next in is Class 34. Class 34 females were born September 16th through 28th. Entry 401, Winslow's Camilla. Entry 402, LLKT, Caitlin. Entry 403, TASF, Keep It Classy. Entry 404, NTDL, Kate. And entry 405, WWST, Charisma. Once again, this is Class 34, Limousin females, born September 16th through 28th.
Another nice class of these September females, and our young man's calf, we're going to win, I think does so handily for me. I mean, there's just a lot to like in her, and you want to tie into one that's got some presence and some dimension and some flexibility. I think she does that really, really well. You know, she's maybe a little looser in her top line, ideally, but man, I'd rather have them that way than being too tight and getting up in her back. That thing can get out and move. She looks like a lady, looks like a female. She could have fit in and been pretty competitive in our Limflex show a little bit ago. Young man, that's a nice one. Young ladies calf is going to come second. Second and third are kind of the pair to sort. I like the future in this one here. You know, there's times she maybe wants to kind of get them back legs in under a little bit, but this thing can really get out and move. She's incredibly loose-made and flexible. When you ask these cattle to go, I like her length of body and her length of spine. To me, too, I read her just to be a nickel wider based than even our heifer there that comes in 3. Young ladies, black and white one that's coming out here next in line. From her shoulders back, I don't mind her. She's got some shape to her center rib. She goes to the ground with a little more authority than the heifer right in front of her in terms of foot and bone and just her stability off of those rear 2. She gets a little high in her tail head for me, a little more pinched in through her heart and full rib. Not quite as attractive as those heifers that lead off the class, but still that's a quality one that unfortunately ran into the third hole today. A different type of heifer is the one coming next, and you know there's some guys that really tie into this one, and I appreciate her advantages. She's as bold and stout and got as much muscle shape as any of them. With that though, she gets just a little rounder in her kind for me, more so from out of her hip down through her quarter there, just a little rounder than I'd prefer. And I'd like to see her go to the ground with just a little more flex and cushion as she goes at this age. But that one gives you a good look, really bold. I like the muscle and the power in that female. Then our young man's calf we're going to round out the class with. She's no slouch either. I really appreciate her length of spine. She's a stout-hipped individual. Just gets a little frailer, a little plainer in regards to those other cattle, but that's a nice lineup. Congratulations to them.
And your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 403, TOSF Keep It Classy, shown by Ben Spencer of Giving, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 401, Winslow's Camilla, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry 405, WWST Charisma, shown by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 402, LLKT, Kalin, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And 15th place 5 goes to entry 404, NTVL Kate, shown by Jacob Snyder of Hastings, Minnesota. Now we have our Division 2 champion and reserve selection and third overall. First place from Class 33 is entry 399, Auto KLS Kyla. From Class 34 is entry 403, TOSF Keep It Classy. Second place in Class 33 is entry 400, LLKT Kimber. And from Class 34, entry 401, Winslow's Camellia. Once again, this is for our Division 3 champion reserve and third overall selection.
Out here in this division, these fallborns, you know, we used a couple there in the Limflex show to kind of get a piece of that thing, and I think out here in the purebred lineup, it's going to be a lot of fun. We had a good one that come out of that first division. We got another good one that comes out of the second division, so the show's certainly gaining some popularity and some excitement. My hat's off to each and every one of you. For me, there's an easy winner. It gets a little closer for second and third to sort that pair, but I'll show you how I like them and how I'm going to line them up out here today. If you would, give these young folks in this fall division a big, big hand.
And your Division II Limousin champion is entry 403, TASF Keep It Classy, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Your Division II Reserve champion is entry 399, Auto KLS Kyra, shown by Austin Hunt of Frona, Missouri. And third overall is entry 401, Winslow's Camilla, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Now we will begin Division III of our purebred females, starting off with the single entry class, 35. Entry 406 is an August 7th female, LLKT Kendall.
Just a single entry, and I don't think we've had very many of these today. And judges always say, well, you wish you had some more to stack them up against, and I guess the same can be said here. I think this female's pretty nice. She's good in her structural build. She's got some muscle shape. She's got some rib and some dimension to her. We'll see how she stacks up in this summer division when we bring her back out in a little bit. But congratulations, young man.
And your results for Class 35, first place goes to entry 406, LLKT Kendall, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Next class in is another single entry class, Class 36. Class 30, entry 407 is a June 10th female, WLR Kinky.
There's a single entry in this June class of our purebred lineup, but once again, from a structural standpoint, I appreciate her. She's long and athletic. She's got the right kind of look and presence about her here up front. Again, we'll bring her back out in a few moments and see how she stacks up, but that's an awfully nice June female that this young lady's brought for us to look at. Congratulations.
Your result for Class 36, first place goes to entry 407, WLR Kinky, shown by Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. Next up is Class 37. Class 37 is May 3rd through May 28th, purebreds. Entry 408, PFL Katrina. Entry 409, Fires Crown Flirt. Entry 410, LL KT Kate. Entry 411, SL Cinco de Mayo. And entry 412, SC Kiera. Once again, this is Class 37, females born May 3rd through May 28th.
Another good class as we get into some of these May females. And a pair of them on top that I think are real similar in terms of just their flexibility, in terms of their kind. They're both maternal, big-bodied, good-looking ones. Within that pair, the one that I'm going to start with of the young ladies is just a little fresher. She's a little more collected in her top line as she gets out and goes. I like this one's composition out here today. I think she's spot on, and just in terms of her management, she's good in her chest floor. Gives you a real nice look here from the profile. The heifer here in second from the side probably is just a nickel deeper. I don't think there's any more volume or any more dimension in this one. As you get in behind the cattle, she is a little flatter in her upper rib. She's a little weaker there down her top. They've left a lot of hair up there to kind of pull that up, and I'd have done the same thing. I get it, but out here today, I'd like to just freshen her up, see her a little better in her top line there for me today. 3, 4, and 5 I think are interesting. 3 for me is standing still. I like the look of this one. I think she rivals our class winner just in terms of her presence out here in the ring. She's really good down her top and square out of her hip. We get her into motion though. She's just a little more restricted and a little more rigid on those rear twos the way she takes them to the surface. But that heifer gives you a really nice look for a purebred female. That's a nice heifer. Our young ladies calf that's going to come next in line. I like this one's power. She's big top, stout hipped. With that though, she gets just a little rounder in her kind. She's bolder in her shoulder, rounder there out of her hip. Just like to lengthen her out there and smooth her up there at the point of that shoulder. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with. Again, a long-bodied, fresh one. I think in this particular lineup, there's just not quite enough of her to get her up any higher, but relative to her kind, she's built good. She's good enough structured. She just needs to have a little more punch to get up any higher. But a nice class. Congrats to all those exhibitors.
And your results for Class 37. First place goes to entry 411, SL Cinco de Mayo, shown by Bevan Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 412, SC Kiara, shown by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 410, LLKT Kate, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 409, Fires Crown Flirt, shown by Taylor Lux of Tonganoxie, Kansas. And entry 408 was fifth place, PFL Katrina, shown by Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. If you're following in the program, Class 37's order was 5, 4, 3, 1. Turn the page 2. Now we have our first place from the classes in Division 3 for Division 3 champion, reserve, and third overall. From Class 35, we have entry 406, LLKT Kendall. From Class 36, we have entry 407, WLR Kinky. From Class 37, we have entry 411, SL Cinco de Mayo. Second place from Class 37 was entry 412, SC Kiara. Once again, this is your Division 3 Limousin champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Nice lineup of these summerborns, as I'm going to call them, and we start with the young man's these first two single entries that came to me there earlier, and I said it'd be interesting to stack them up against something. Well, now we kind of got something to compare them to a little bit. The young man's heifer that came out of that first class, we talked about this one just being really good at the ground. She's flexible and gives you a good look. I do read her to be just a nickel shorter and rounder about her hip than maybe the heifer right in behind her, but still I think one that offers some quality out here today. The young lady's calf that comes out of the second class, just so smooth in her pattern. I think from end to end, she's good at the point of her shoulder. She's sound and athletic when we ask these things to lead. Does she have maybe as much shape to her underline and depth through the center part of her rib as the heifers that stand right in behind her? Probably not. But at this stage of the game, I think she's put together really good, and there's a lot of future in that one on down the road. Then we get into that last class there, a pair of cattle. We talked about the composition advantages of the young lady's heifer. I think those still hold true. I think this female is athletic at the ground. She's good in terms of her shape. She's got enough body and enough rib to go along with it. She's going to be your division champion. Let's give them all a big hand. I'll get you a second and a third.
And your Division III Limousin champion is entry 411, SL Cinco de Mayo, shown by Bevan Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Your reserve champion is entry 412, SC Kiara, shown by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. And third overall for Division III is entry 407, WLR Kinky, shown by Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. We're going to wait a short minute before we enter class 38 in the ring. Just need about a 1 minute break. Don't forget, if you have photos or magazine ads or even state boards, please pick those up before you leave. Tonight, everything needs to be out of the barns by 10 p.m. Tie-outs will be open all night, but everything needs to be cleared from the barns by 10 p.m. tonight. Tie-outs will be open all night. Moving on to class 38.
Hence why I don't bring the big box.
Class 38 is April 1st through April 20th females, starting with entry 414, Fires, Plays, Flirt. Entry 416, L7 Kitty Hawk. Entry 417, ROMN Karma. Entry 418, TASF CLAC Karma. Entry 419 is a scratch. Entry 420, KCLR Calliope. Entry 421, CB Karma. And entry 422, DSCN Catnip.
Is there 7 out there?
Once again, this is class 38, April 1st through 20th, purebred females. Once again, we'd like to introduce and thank our judge, Zach Butler. Zach is from Milton, Tennessee. He grew up raising and showing Gelbvieh and Balancer cattle that have been exhibited at the local and national levels. He attended Black Hawk College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team that went on to win the American Royal in Kansas City. He then transferred and graduated from Oklahoma State University with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He was also on the livestock judging team during this time in Stillwater. He has judged numerous state and national shows, with a few being the National Western Stock Show, North American International Livestock Exposition, World Beef Expo, Fort Worth Stock Show, Tulsa State Fair, Iowa Beef Expo, Illinois Beef Expo, and Limousin Junior Nationals. Zach currently owns and operates Butler's Landscaping and Lawn Care, along with managing Butler Creek Farms with his parents Michael and Barbie, wife Autumn, and two daughters, Henry and Emery. Butler Creek Farms has an annual bull sale in November, as well as two online female and genetic sales throughout the year. Please help me welcome and thank Zach Butler.
Really nice pair on top here in this class, and I like both these heifers a lot. I think they work up as the better structured, freer moving, looser skeleton females that we've got out here. And within that pair, there's one that's just a little more striking. The young man in the cowboy hat's heifer, I think, just has a shot more eye appeal and look about her out here today. She ties that neck in real high there at the top side of her shoulder. You take her from there back, and I think she opens up into a big rib cage. She, too, of that pair is probably just a little neater and nicer over her tailhead and out through her hip. That's getting pretty picky there on the heifer there in second, because I do like them both a great deal. I think the biggest advantage is just that one's added look and balance and style out here in the ring. I do like this young man's calf. Again, it starts at the ground. She's loose, she's free, she's easy going. She gives you a good look here from the profile. Again, compared to the one that we used to start with, she is just a little thicker necked, a little deeper chested, but those are a good pair there on the top end pretty handily for me. I think 3 and 4 kind of fall into place. I like the black heifer to have a nod over the red one. I think she's a little better in the angle to her shoulder, the set to her knee. She's a heifer, too, that I think just goes to the ground with a little more substance and a little bigger foot. Both of these cattle, I'd like to change in how they move from behind, out of that hip and hind leg. Just see them go to the surface with a little more comfort there on those rear pasterns. I'm a sucker for a good red one, and young man bought me a nice one. I do appreciate her. She's bold sprung. She's big-bodied. She gives you an easy maintaining look. She's got a little more condition on her than maybe the heifers right out in front of her. But for me, she's just a little straighter shouldered, a little straighter, more restricted in how she handles those rear two, but that's still a solid heifer. Young man's calf coming next. This white-bellied one, she's given up some pounds and some size to the heifers that stand right below her, but I think she's better built. She's more correct in her angles. She's freer and looser in her movement, and this gives you a better look here from the profile. The black heifer, the young lady's coming next at the stand. I think you can move her up a place or two in this particular class, but it's when I put her into motion, she just gets to be quite a bit tighter in her spine, more restricted out of her hip in relation to cattle that stand in front of her. And then our young man's calf here that we're going to round out with as much muscle and power as any in the class that this female's got. Again, just structure and balance I don't think are quite in her favor for this particular lineup, but a good class from end to end. Real nice pair there on the top. Congrats to all of them.
And your results for Class 38. First place goes to entry 414, Fires, Clothes, Flirt, shown by Sutton Hennessy of Des Lacs, North Dakota. Second place goes to entry 418, TASF CLAC Karma, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 417, ROMN Karma, shown by Grayson Scott Nielsen of Arlington, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to entry 416, L7 Kitty Hawk, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Fifth place goes to entry 422, DLCN Catnip, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 421, CB Karma, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Seventh place goes to entry 420, KCLR Calliope, shown by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Following the program, your order for Class 38, 1432, scratch, 765. Now in the ring is Class 39. Class 39 is March 7th through March 23rd, females. Entry 424 is SL Cool Cat. Entry 426 is ANJR Kelly. Entry 429 is KVLN Knockdown. Entry 430 is Boss Lake Clarissa. And entry 431 is KINS Kate. Once again, this is Class 39. Females born March 7th through 23rd. Once again, we'd like to thank our junior board members who have worked all year to prepare for this show really hard this week, and the show ring the last couple of days. Currently in the show ring, we have helping out Landry Kleeman of Texas, Michaela Askey of Arizona, Laura Mitchell of Wisconsin, Riley Morris of Missouri, Eliza Truill of Oklahoma. We appreciate all the work that these junior board members have done to help us have a successful junior nationals.
Nice pair again here on the top end of this class, and this young man's heifer, the slicker-haired one, when she first come in, she hit me hard. Just in terms of her mass and power and freshness out here, I think she dominates in those regards. You know, she's a female. You set them into motion, she can really reach and stride and feel that track, and then yet again, she still looks like a lady up front. You step in behind these cattle, and she's by some margin the most genuine, down her top, out of her hip and down through that lower stifle. Is she a nickel low pinned? Yeah, you could say that, I guess, but you know, that helps her to really get out here and reach and travel the way she needs to. I think that one's awfully nice. I like the heifer in second too. You know, she was the first in the ring, and I thought, well, it's good. We got a good place to start. They kind of kept coming. Things got a little more interesting, but she held her own out here. A female that, again, from a structural standpoint, I think she's just as good as her class winner. All her joints are in the right spots. Her angles are correct. She goes to the ground with enough substance and enough mass. I think if you peel the hair off of this one, though, you're not quite as impressed. I think that there's a little, she's a little narrower down her top, not quite as right in behind her shoulder. She's got a little more throat and a little more chest, but there's still a quality female there to follow in behind that class winner. The big red girl here coming in third is one that I can appreciate. She's long, she's stout, she's bold, and she's broody. Does she have the style and the look and the balance of the two heifers that go 1 and 2? Probably not. But, you know, this one has got a lot to offer just in terms of how much volume and power and substance she's got. I think that's a pretty good heifer there, unfortunately, today goes third in this class. The black heifer coming to us here next in line. Again, a female that I think you like in terms of her foot size and her stoutness of bone. I think she does get a little more rigid in her pasterns at times. She's not quite got us that soft rib cage in her that we see in those first 3 cattle, but a solid heifer there to go fourth. And then our young man's heifer we're going to conclude the class with. I appreciate her condition. I appreciate her look and her style when he gets her parked. There's just not quite enough to her in relation to the class. She's a little shorter coupled, a little smaller just in regards to overall size, but a good class, nice pair on the top end.
In your results for Class 39, first place goes to entry 430, Boss Lake Clarissa. Share 24, SL Cool Cat, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Third place, entry 426, ANJR Kelly, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 431, Ken's Kate, shown by Brooklyn Ludens of Hurley, South Dakota. And fifth place goes to entry 429, KDLN Knockdown, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 39 is 2, 3, 5, 1, 4. Now in the ring is our first and second place of classes in Division 4. This is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. From Class 38, we have entry 414, Fires, Close, Flirt. From Class 39, we have entry 430, Boss Lake Clarissa. Second place in 38 is entry 418, TASF, CLOC, Karma. And second place from Class 39 was entry 424, SL Cool Cat. Once again, this is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
As we bring these yearling heifers back out for selection in this division, I tell you, maybe one of the fewer numbers of classes that we've had up to this point, but the quality is still there. I mean, all 4 of these heifers, you could change them around, do a few things different if you wanted to, and you can't argue a whole lot. I do feel pretty confident in our 2 class winners that we've got out here, work their way out of their respective classes, again, just from a structural standpoint, from a freshness standpoint. I think with what they were compared to against, they dominated in both of those lineups. As we bring them back out here, for me, there's just one that today is just suits me a great deal in terms of just how much cow power and dimension. One that to me just kind of has a little bit of a donor cow look about her. That's going to be a young man out of second class. She'll be champion. I'll get you a second and third if you will. Give him a big hand.
And your Division 4 Limousin champion is entry 430, Boss Lake Clarissa, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequannon, South Dakota. Your reserve champion for Division 4 is entry 414, Friars Clay's Flirt, shown by Sutton Hennessy of Des Lacs, North Dakota. And Division 3 third overall is entry 418, TOSF CLAC Chroma, shown by Glenn Spencer of Giddon, Nebraska. Moving right along to Class 40. Class 40 starts Division 5. These are females born February 4th through February 23rd. First in, we have entry 432, D.L. Kalesi. 433 was a scratch. Entry 440 is Wolf's Kalima. Entry 441 is CLAC Crystal. And entry 442 is CELL Cool. Once again, this is Class 40. Purebred females born February 4th through February 23rd.
Good lineup of these February females out here, and the two black heifers up here at the top end, I'm going to go ahead and start with. I think, again, just in terms of body shape and mass and some balance, I think is where they work their way up. And for me, within that pair, the young man's heifer just stays a little more comfortable, I think, all the way through. She's a little better in her top line, longer and level over there out of her hip. She gives you a real nice look there from the profile. She's a little more moderate, a little more compact. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I think out here today, she's the best balanced, best structured one that we've got, and she's going to go ahead and lead off. I like the heifer here in second. If she just put her back down, and young man, he's sawing on it, and they've got her clipped down tight. She's just a little high right there in the middle part of her back. But I tell you what, she's got a lot of substance. She's got a lot of look and a lot of body and rib in her. That's not a bad calf. I just want to see her a little more relaxed in that spine, and I think she can kind of win this thing handily from there. The red heifer coming out in third, long-hipped, long-bodied, bold-sprung one. Again, just from a structural standpoint, I want to set her back and the angle to her knee and give her just a shot more flex into her hock. See her with a little more comfort there on those rear pasterns as she goes to the surface. But a lot of cow power in that one, a lot of muscle and a lot of thickness. Young man's heifer we're going to conclude the class with. I think probably does reach and flex her hock a little more ideal than even the red one. I just like to see a little more of her all the way through from end to end. She gets a little narrower chested, a little flatter sided, comparatively speaking, to the remaining cattle. But a good lineup of February's. Congratulations to all of them.
And your results for Class 40. First place goes to entry 441, CLAC Crystal, shown by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry 442, CELL Cool, shown by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 440, Wolf's Kalima, shown by Riley Fanta of Starbuck, Minnesota. And fourth place goes to entry 432, D.L. Kalesi, shown by Tana Brown of Venus, Texas. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 40 is 4 scratch, 3 1, turn your page 2. Now in the ring, we have females born January 12th through January 22nd. This is Class 41. We have entry 444, Bays Carousel. We have entry 445, CLAC Naughty Kitty. And entry 447, AVAN Kiki. Once again, this is Class 41, January 12th through January 22nd, females.
quality set of January females out here, and a good pair of functional, good doing, good structured ones here to go on top. Within that pair, this young lady's heifer I'm going to start with, there's just a little more of her. It starts at the ground. She's got more foot, she's got more bone. You get in behind the cattle and she's a little bigger topped, a little more shape and dimension out of that rear hip and stifle. Awfully nice one to go ahead and lead off with. The heifer here in two follows her just from a functionality standpoint, from a maternal look. She gives you all that, extremely long-bodied and long-hipped female. You know, just want to stouten her up a little bit there at the ground, I think is the biggest thing. Give her a little more foot size, a little more circumference of bone, and I think it gets a little interesting there because there's some things to certainly appreciate in that female. Then our young lady's calf we're going to round out the class with one that's a little more compact. She probably does have more muscle shape than even the heifer stands right in front of her. Past that, though, for me, I think she's the one that's got the most issues structurally out here of these three females. But a good class of Januaries. Congratulations to each of them.
And your results for Class 41. First place goes to entry 445 CLAC Naughty Kitty, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry 447 AVAN Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third place goes to entry 444 Bays Carousel, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Next up, we have our Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. First place coming in from Class 40 will be entry 441 CLAC Crystal. And from Class 41, entry 445 CLAC Naughty Kitty. Second place in those classes, entry 442 CELL Cool. And 447 AVAN Kiki. Once again, this is Division 5, champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Again, just a pair of classes here in this February and January lineup, but again, there's certainly still some quality out here, a little different, maybe type and kind in a place or two, but still I think all these cattle have some look about them. They've got some substance, they've got some sound structural bases there underneath them. Cattle I'm certainly pleased to have out here in this lineup. I'll go out here and line them up for you first through third. If you would, give these folks a nice round of applause and I'll get you some champions.
And your Division 5 Limousin champion is entry 445 CLAC Naughty Kitty, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion is entry 441 CLAC Crystal, shown by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. And your third overall is entry 447 AVAN Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Next in, we have Class 42. Class 42 is December 4th and 9th, females. We have entry 448, DL Jet Setter, and entry 449, PC Journey. Once again, this is Class 42 of your purebred females.
Obviously just two in this class, but I think both quality females out here to evaluate. And the young ladies that we're going to use to start, though, I think hit me hard initially just in terms of her flexibility out here in the ring. I think you get to evaluating her in regards to her foot size and her bone. I think everything matches and balances extremely well. She's big-bodied. She's so fresh to be at this stage of the game as well. And I think that's maybe where I see a little more advantage in this one, is over the top side of her neck, down through the base of her chest floor. I like this heifer a little better in terms of her length and levelness of hip as well. Just a high-quality individual to go ahead and lead this class off with. I like the young man's calf here in two. This one could have won a lot of classes out here today as well. She's probably a nickel longer sided and more extended just from end to end. Certainly don't have any issues getting out and traveling and reaching as she goes. She does have a little bit more chest. She's a nickel rounder and shorter about her hip than the one that we used to start with. But both those females are extremely good quality cattle. Congrats to both of them.
And the results for Class 42. First place goes to entry 448, DL Jet Setter, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 449, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in is Class 43. Entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn, and entry 453, LFL Jezebel. These are October 2nd and October 21st females. Once again, this is Class 43 in the ring. This is our last class of the day. Then we will have our Division 6 selections, and then our grand champion purebred female drive. Once again, exhibitors, we need to be out of the barns by 10 p.m. tonight. However, tryouts will be open all night long.
Well, nice way to round out our last class of the day before we get into the senior yearling division. I think an exceptional one to go ahead and lead off in terms of length of body, length of hip. You really appreciate this female. I think she's fresh in her condition out here as well. You know, if I was going to change her, I'd maybe just change the spacing and the angle of that udder there underneath a little bit, but I do appreciate seeing it. Appreciate her springing up. And I know how sometimes some of these heifers can, as they develop the first go around, they come in a little not quite as uniform, but you know, I would like to see it maybe spaced just a shot better, but that's getting picky on one from a phenotype standpoint. Is ultra competitive. I like her out here to win in this class pretty handily. Not taking away anything from the young man's calf in second. I think she's sound, she's functional, she's good cattle. There's just not quite enough to her out here today in relation to the one that we used to start, but a good way to round out with our final class of the day. We'll get into your division here in just a moment. Congrats to both these exhibitors.
And the results for Class 43. First place goes to entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn, shown by Garrett Weldon of Tonganoxie, Kansas. And second place goes to entry 453, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Loveland, Texas. Now we will have our first place from Class 42, entry 448, DL Jet Setter, and from 43, entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn. Next in, our second place winners, entry 449, PC Journey, and entry 453, LFL Jezebel. This will be for your Division 6 champion, reserve, and third overall. After Division 6, we will have our grand champion Limousin female drive.
Well, awesome way to wrap up this last division. And, you know, not a lot of numbers that we sorted through as we bring them back out here. But, again, I think quality runs end to end. And little kids over there in them tires, take it easy just a little bit. But I appreciate you getting their ears for me. They all look pretty nice and shiny out here today. But a good set of two class winners and very respective seconds out here. Again, I'm not going to talk them. I hit on them there in class. Again, I think in terms of just build and stoutness and density, one does it for me really, really good. 2 and 3, you get a little closer. There's some give and take out here. I'll show you how I like them. Give these young folks a big, big round of applause.
And your Division 6 Limousin champion is entry 448, DL Jet Setter, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve champion is entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. And your Division 6 third overall goes to entry 449, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Lebanon, Texas. Now we will begin our Grand Champion Limousin Female Drive. The judge will be choosing a grand, reserve, third, fourth, and fifth overall. Coming in, champion Division 1 is entry 388. While we're waiting a minute, don't forget to go buy your t-shirts. I think we have a few left over there for $10. Here we go. Division 1 champion, entry 388, PC Apple Deluxe. Your Division 2 champion is entry 403, Keep It Classy. Your Division 3 champion is entry 411, SL Cinco de Mayo. Your Division 4 champion is entry 430, Lake Clarissa. Your Division 5 champion is entry 445, CLAC Naughty Kitty. And your Division 6 champion is entry 448, DL Jet Setter. Your reserve champions coming in behind from Division 1 is entry 390, MKJM ELCX Charmer. From Division 2, entry 399, Auto KLS Kyra. From Division 3, your reserve champion was entry 412, SC Kiera. From Division 4, your reserve champion was entry 414, Fires Chloe's Float. And from Division 5, your reserve champion was entry 441, CLAC Crystal. And from Division 6, your reserve champion was entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn. Once again, this is your Limousin Grand Champion Limousin Female Reserve, third, fourth, fifth overall, your Grand Champion Drive.
well, once again, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege to get asked to come out here and sort through your cattle and work with your young folks. You know, I told you I was going to forget some thank yous. I'm pretty sure I forgot to thank the Limousin Association there earlier for inviting me, the junior board, your adult board, all that were involved. You know, it takes an army to put these things on and make them run smooth, and the ring help has been excellent. The people behind the scenes getting the classes lined up, my hat's off to each and every one of you. It's certainly not an easy task, especially when you're dealing with parents, and sometimes us parents, and I can include myself in that, we can get a little overboard sometimes and maybe say some things that we shouldn't, but at the end of the day, we need to thank those people, because you've got a lot of volunteers, and they're not here getting paid. Yes, you got some that are on the payroll, and it is their job to make it run smooth, but it takes an army of volunteers to help with these things too. I know y'all had a long, fun-filled week, I hope anyway. We were in Huron, South Dakota last week, and we were certainly blessed with some great weather. I hope y'all had the same here this weekend. Again, it's certainly been a whole lot of fun. When I got the call, you know, there was no doubt that I was coming out here. We kind of put off family vacation for a few days so I could come out here and sort through this thing. So it's been a whole lot of fun. The cattle have exceeded my expectations. You know, the purebred show maybe not quite as deep in a place or two, but I think this champion lineup is exceptional. Let's give these guys a big, big round of applause for bringing out an awesome set of cattle. You know, I said it, talked about it there earlier. You know, don't lose sight of your purebred cattle. I'm a firm believer in that. We at home sometimes maybe chase it a little more than we even should, because I get it, the crossing them up and the Limflex thing, it's fun. You can sell them a little higher, possibly. They're a little hairier, they're a little funner to work on. But at the end of the day, you've got to have good purebred stock to keep this breed alive, and you do. And my hat's off to you. I think the cattle are exceptional. I think they still hold true to what the Limousin breed brings to the table in terms of having a little extra substance, being that continental cross for some other breeds, and adding some muscle and some mass and some dimension, and yet you still got them looking like females and looking like ladies out here, and so my hats are off to you. Again, thank you for having me. I really have enjoyed my time. Again, you young folks, be sure and thank everybody that helped you get here. You know, I said it earlier, you don't realize how fortunate you are to grow up in an industry like this, to be able to live on a farm, to go outside and do what you want and not have to fight with sirens and police cars and shootings and all kinds of other crazy things that go in this world. And we've got it pretty lucky, guys, and we don't need to lose track of that. And don't forget where you came from on down the road. Again, thank you. I'll show you how I like them. Give them another big round of applause. I'll get you a top 5.
And your grand champion, Limousin female, comes out of Division 6, entry 448, DL Jet Setter, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve grand champion limousine female comes out of Class 4, entry 430, Boss Lake Clarissa, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequannon, South Dakota. Third overall limousine female comes out of Division 2, entry 403, TOSF, Keep It Classy, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Fourth overall limousine female comes out of Division 1, entry 388. PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Fifth overall comes out of Division 6, entry 450, Ratliff Jaslyn, shown by Garrett Weldon of Tonganoxie, Kansas. But